And if you're open-minded, you'll be willing to hear this newsletter series where I detail exactly why. But if you are closed-minded, it will probably make you very uncomfortable. But I think discomfort is an important part of learning. So I hope that you will embrace it either way. As you can see, the reason I called it the context is because his fans, shortly after he passed, and really when he was alive too, always said Charlie Kirk only seemed like a neo-Nazi because he was red, out of context. So in this newsletter series, I go year by year by year from 2012 until 2025. And I provide that context, which shows, no, he sounded like a neo-Nazi because he was. And regardless of intention, that's the rhetoric that he espoused. I think my tea is probably good now. I have a habit of leaving the tea too long in the cup, but I'll be right back and then we'll get right into it. Can someone let me know if you can hear the lo-fi? Or if it's like too loud or too quiet? Okay, hell yeah, thank you. All right, let's get right into it. This is gonna take hours. So just sit back, enjoy, and if you have any questions, obviously put them in the chat. So, announcement of Dr. Bird's Eye View, upcoming new series, The Context. Like I said, this was published, this announcement, on September 18th of last year. 3 days after I was one of the faculty who was fired for telling the truth about who he was. And it goes like this. Hello, hello. If this is the first time you're coming across my Substack, welcome. My name is Dr. Brenda Bird Bowen, any pronouns, or Dr. Bird. Bird is my lifelong nickname, and then I got a PhD, so I've gone by Dr. Bird ever since for short. A little about me, I'm a non-binary, neuroqueer, autistic leftist, not neoliberal, ex-academic, author, and content creator. And 3 days ago, as of 9/18/25, I was fired for calling out Western Governors University's current millionaire president, Scott D. Pulsifer, for neo-Nazi sympathizing at the beginning of our all-hands town hall meeting on 9/11/2025, of all days, because he called now dead prominent neo-Nazi podcaster Charlie Kirk a good guy and cried. As you may have seen, my story went viral across platforms, TikTok, Threads, Twitter. You can watch my TikTok playlist of a lot of what happened over the last few days here. That's obviously still available. Oh, let me turn my Wi-Fi on. Watch my TikTok playlist of a lot of what happened over the last few days here. That's obviously still available. Oh, let me turn my Wi-Fi on because it connects. You probably need to better hear me, so I turned my Wi-Fi on. Okay. Anyway, I have a GoFundMe. Well, I did. Anyway, that doesn't matter anymore. For a bigger about me, you can check out this page on my Linktree, even more here. You can find free copies of my academic, creative, and content work alongside my 4 books I published over the last 2 years, all also within my Linktree. Naming Charlie Kirk as a hateful neo-Nazi is not simply my or anyone else's opinion. It is factually who he was. Words mean things. We make names to describe actions. For hundreds of years, artists, activists, and academics have been documenting the how and why of the way white supremacy and fascisms come to be. Like everything in this world, neo-Nazis are humans who act as media in white supremacist society-building processes. How do they do that? Using specific eugenic and fascist language choices. Relatedly, as a media and communication expert, I can assure anyone love or hate reading this right now that if your algorithm has or does only show you clips of Kirk framed as a good Christian man, you need to reevaluate what media you consume that would shape your social media feed, inclining you to ignore his $12 million legacy of outspoken white supremacist Christian nationalist hatred of marginalized groups. What'd you say, Zoe? Also, what's up? Hell yeah, I know. Yeah, right, it's not fun, but it's important. It's fun if you like learning. For me, revisiting the reality of who Kirk fully was during his lifetime is much bigger than the principle of that. It's about not allowing hateful words to be accepted as normal and natural parts of our world. And a crucial part of doing that is speaking out against erased or otherwise flattened ideas of figures who are cast as martyrs. And most importantly, this new mini project is about education, to foster us all to care about and be better to each other. This upcoming newsletter series is me doing my part to assist in your unlearning and relearning process in pursuit of liberation for all. For those who may or may not have seen across my platform last night, I posted, "So glad I'm fired, so now that my full-time job can be looking up every single incriminating quote that Charlie Kirk ever said." I'm an autistic PhD trained researcher, a literal neurological weapon of knowledge seeking, summarizing, and dispersal to the public. And overnight, folks came out in the thousands, and really it turned to like tens of thousands, on threads in support of my doing this. So upon popular demand, this is my formal announcement that I will be starting a series as a part of my Dr. Bird's Eye View newsletter that I'm calling The Context. As stated in my teaser above, most anyone, no matter where they stand on or who has heard or seen about Charlie Kirk, alive or dead, has more than likely witnessed someone claim that the only reason he was understood as a neo-Nazi is because he was read out of context. To correct that, in this series, I provide my Dr. Bird's Eye View on said context. More specifically, I will be putting my critical media ecological research expertise in US identities, relationships, technologies, and systems of power to use, showcasing exactly who Charlie Kirk really was, displaying his own properly contextualized words. Why is this important in the year 2025? Fascists now and 100 years ago depend upon our fear, dehumanization, and elimination to establish corrupt control. Think about it like this. When they espouse their hatred of the groups that we now refer to as historically and intentionally targeted by them, etc., it was easier for them to do because the general public, our ancestors, simply weren't as educated as we are today, whereas we are currently living in the most connected era to ever exist. Meaning, now, despite staunch billionaire-funded misinformation and disinformation campaigns and the pundit and bot accounts who spread them, we hear and see them live. I am not afraid, and I have never been more re-embodied and fully human than in risking everything and naming neo-Nazi rhetoric in pursuit of liberation for all. I am asking you to be as brave as you can as we choose to unlearn the harm we were born into. Regardless of your political leaning, if you want to be remembered as being on the right side of history and you support standing against hate in all forms, please do become a free and or ideally paid subscriber. I was fired 3 days ago, remember? LOL. To my newsletter to receive periodic updates on the context. Okay, well, I hope that you enjoy being a bot. Because that's the kind of personality you're putting out into the world. Okay, anyway. Oh yeah, where was I? Okay, I will try to get out the first issue as soon as I can, and will build it as feels natural to my neurotype. Knowing me, I will post rather intuitively when I feel called, and have not yet decided how thoroughly I'll be in each post, so please bear with me while I gather my always imperfect and human footing in this new critical media ecological project of mine. Thank you again to most everyone who has been so incredibly supportive over the last week and for your time. Don't lose hope, we all deserve and must act better. So I finally went through each issue. That was the announcement, obviously, that I have a little clip of here. And I linked each next issue at the bottom of the one that you just read. So you can literally read them along with me in order if you want to, or whatever, at your leisure. The next issue, obviously, is the very first one. It's called Freedom College. For anyone that doesn't know, Fox News was sued in a Dominion lawsuit. I forget what year, but it was only like a few years ago that it was settled. And it came out that they are not a news station. They're an entertainment channel. And their lawyers literally refuted to their own viewership as fools for believing that they provide news. So that's what this goes into, and it goes like this. In this first issue, I contextualize and compare Charlie and I's upbringings and detail his ignorant misunderstandings about how and why education is expensive. And this was published on September 21st, 2025. So just like a few days later. Hello and welcome to issue 1 of my new newsletter series, The Context. I debated how I wanted to start this new series off, and as I was doing some digging, I decided what better way than returning back to the old internet time machine and revealing how exactly he became the Charlie Kirk folks aware and against white supremacy knew and hates, while his mostly young and white fan base totally loves. And then I have a short video that is an amalgamation of a lot of horribly discriminatory shit that he said during his life. So you can check that out at your leisure. For anyone who hasn't yet or plans to never read my prior announcement of this series, I'll be posting alongside my regular newsletter herein and providing my Dr. Bird's Eye view on the context, aka the additional information his diehard fans persistently argue that make Charlie Kirk only seem like he spent his entire public life spewing Christian nationalist rhetoric because he is heard or read out of context. And then I have an image of the early warning signs of fascism, which are powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption. And for anyone that doesn't know, it's like basically putting your friends in power and government corruption. Fraudulent elections. In other words, they claim he wasn't a neo-Nazi despite him preaching neo-Nazi shit, and are dedicated to target harassing and getting fired anyone who says otherwise, myself included, as I've discussed at length on my platforms, especially on TikTok. Let's see what we can find out about who he really was and prove them wrong, shall we? On May 21st, 2012, Charlie Kirk made his debut on Fox and Friends, laying the bricks of his increasingly bigoted path when he was only 18 years old. At the time, he was there representing the organization then still referred to as SOS Liberty, a group he had co-founded to counter the Occupy Wall Street movement's anti-capitalist student protests and push capitalism, while asserting that he was doing generational and non-partisan work. Afterward, they eventually renamed it Turning Point USA. This was after he was found by writing an op-ed alleging liberal bias in US textbooks in fucking awful media scum Breitbart, and was then mentored and able to drop out and well-funded by rich Tea Party member of the Silent Generation, Bill Montgomery. As someone who is only 22 myself and deep in the violent throes of knowing someone who acted similarly abusive and ahistorical to Charlie Kirk, at that time, I remember the way the world was when he started organizing his bigoted ass work. And as another white person privileged to be born and raised in the Chicagoland area into US whiteness and another Midwest town resulting from the white flight just in Northwest Indiana rather than Arlington Heights, Illinois, I met countless boys and men just like Charlie Kirk, especially during the first 28 years of my life before starting my PhD, all of which I have cut off due to their abusive, manipulative, and violent behaviors. To start off my new series, The Context, I'm going to take us back to Charlie Kirk's rhetorical start, bastardizing higher education as a millennial against debt poverty. Follow me back to December 4th, 2013, where here, because I link all the videos that I analyzed, he was a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed 19-year-old, openly speaking negatively about Obama, while surely only there to spread his name further into the ether by talking up Turning Point USA on Fox Varney and Company. As you'll see continued here, he was surely only invited to speak on the Fox Business Broadcast Network because of his impressionable conservative beliefs they identified as having already well aligned with Rupert Murdoch's target audience. And for anyone that doesn't know, Rupert Murdoch is a billionaire. He owns Fox News, which again is not a news station. It's an entertainment channel to spread propaganda. For those who don't know, I forgot I get into this. Murdoch started Fox in 1985, shortly after Ronald Reagan popularized the bipartisan philosophic and economic model of neoliberalism, which began running the government like a business. As any folks who have kept up with my critical, media, ecological, blurred, artistic, activist, academic work have heard me say at the very least 12 million times for years now, this model corporatized, privatized, and deregulated industries and expanded them globally. That means humans who were trained as media in eugenics, racisms, ableisms, classisms, etc., sexisms, etc., biased education systems that act as filtering mechanisms of how we all understand reality were churned through the machine, manufacturing mostly either Democrats or Republicans. Hence why most everyone in this white supremacist ass country is pro-colonialism and pro-capitalism and has disdain for leftists. And as I discussed at length in my newest book, We Are Fucking Machines, this model was built on top of the already rotten eugenics foundation of colonial capitalism, causing us all endless devastations. Instead of acknowledging this reality, what Charlie Kirk chose to build his hateful $12 million platform on is persistent benefit from white privilege, which allowed him to disregard infrastructural color-paved racisms, white flight, gentrification, and redlining, that whether folks know it or not, inclines the sort of education and quality of life, especially disabled Black and brown gender marginalized folks have as a result of white supremacist humans who acted as media in society-building processes only a short lifetime or two before either of us were born to benefit from their collusion. To recap, firstly, his decontextualized claim that student loan debt is an issue that solely neoliberals are responsible for is ahistorical, ignorant, and simply ridiculous. This can and must be connected to Charlie Kirk's well-funded and vicious targeted harassment campaigns that he waged against neoliberal and leftist artists, activists, and academics during his life, as well as his fascist fans doxing and firing folks like me. And then I have a video that's in my playlist about this, where I go through a hit piece that the Heritage Foundation's outlet, The Daily Signal, wrote about me, and point out the fact that Tyler O'Neill, their senior editor, has a book called Woke-to-Puss and hates the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is an organization dedicated to calling out and tracking hate groups. Guess who else did that roughly 100 years ago? The fucking Nazis did. And anyone who pretends otherwise is no better than the original Nazis and Nazi sympathizers. Secondly, his devaluing of arts disregards the integral part in humanness that creation plays, making our lives worth living. Yet, historically speaking, Nazis agreed with him. And that translated into their dismantling the humanities, book burnings, defunding, pathologizing, attacks, etc., all in the name of idolizing eugenics logics and practices. For those who don't know, Nazis openly mocked what they deemed as degenerate art. And lastly, at absolute best, 19-year-old 2013 era Charlie Kirk was only half right when he said that this system churns out neoliberals, because as Murdoch certainly knew, you cannot disregard education as a lifelong process that takes place both inside and outside of higher education, like everyday conversation and news media. Hence why that billionaire fucking asshole has been such a dedicated investor and major player in monopolizing and globalizing our media networks since the 80s, while simultaneously platforming conservative college-age dropout kids like Kirk, who disregard artistic worth, emotional intelligence, and especially disenfranchised folks' lived experiences as knowledge, because a society that knows the power art has to counteract discriminatory norms and values is one that will not be controlled by them. Meaning the context of this now 12-year-old clip was that Charlie Kirk was invited to speak on Fox because Murdoch and his business underlings, in the form of, in this case, Varney and Company, who were now just yesterday claiming Democrats voting against honoring Charlie Kirk signals extremism in Congress, were more than happy to have him gravely misrepresent and oversimplify the root of late-stage corporatized education that both Democrats and Republicans are responsible for causing. And then I have an image of the pyramid of hate, which details the way that actually, this one's specific to white supremacy, but it's the way that language builds into acts of hate crime. So you can check that out. In 2013, Murdoch totally fucking knew he would get what he wants by giving Charlie Kirk a microphone to gleefully cast student loan debt as a liberal higher education problem. And yet this was at least a decade prior to the Dominion lawsuit, which removed the see-throughable mask on Fox, revealing it to be none other than an entertainment channel. As if employing liars like Tucker Carlson wasn't already evidence enough. From my Dr. Bird's eye view of the context, his bastardization of his friends, and then I have a little like roll my eyes emoji, expensive degree in children's storytelling, as if art isn't what makes our lives worth living, only really makes sense through the dehumanizing logics of fascism and capitalism. And then when you learn after he was rejected by the military academy West Point in 2015 and he dropped out of community college, Harper College, after just one semester, he remained socio-historically ignorant for profit until his dying day. It's also ironic if you really think about it. The kid who railed against corporatized education died there, a millionaire who never grew up beyond his teenage bigotries. I wonder if he ever did learn about the existence of egregious student loan debt was a bipartisan human decision that both major US political parties are responsible for creating, unlike the many countries that do offer free education elsewhere in the world. If this country really was great, like Kirk and Trump claim that it is, ours would be free too. So that's issue 1, like I said, called Freedom College. And then I linked each issue, so now I don't have to go searching for them. But that, like I said, was about 2012, 2013. Because think about it, right? Kirk was 18 or 19 years old, and he was desperately seeking out media appearances to make a name for himself. So he was like getting any media spotlight he could, and the only network that would put him on was Fox News. So that's what he did. Not because he had something worthwhile to say, but because he was malleable and a conservative youth himself. Issue 2 of the context is called Digital Footprint. In issue 2 of the context, I check back in with Charlie Kirk the following year to see who he's become and what he's said. I found him worrying we'd be able to do that and recontextualize why. This was written September 23rd, 2025. Over the last week, we have witnessed the conservative hive mind work to sanitize the maliciously white supremacist, rapist mind and mouth of Charlie Kirk in real time. And then I have a video that's really just an audio clip of him being on a college campus arguing that sexual violence isn't an issue in the United States like it is in Africa. I don't think I need to go into why that is complete bullshit other than the statistical facts and comparing the United States to Africa as if there's something inherently wrong with the entire continent of Africa in comparison to the United States that has vastly underreported and undocumented or criminalized rates of sexual violence that he just already was claiming doesn't exist. And then under it, I say the only way Charlie Kirk was remotely right is that statistics underreport SA and SV, because he tried to claim that, there's this misnomer and persistent myth that if something isn't being counted, that it doesn't exist, which is fucking bullshit. A crime being underreported does not mean that it doesn't exist. And the research that I have done and many others have done for decades has demonstrated that. To be clear, this is not me demonizing Christianity. I am a highly spiritual person myself, just not in a go to church on Sunday or any other Abrahamic religious way. And I respect each person's right to religious beliefs, so long as they do not pervert them into hatred. We will not sit back quietly and allow erasure of the full digital footprint of a neo-Nazi. No matter how many pyrotechnics you use, no matter how much merch Erica sells, no matter how many other known white supremacists that spoke at his memorial, it does not change the revolting, vile, inexcusable hatred that he dedicated his life to spewing. And then I have a clip of Stephen Miller giving that Nazi speech at his memorial. Literally repeating verbatim Nazi rhetoric. Building off of issue 1, herein I began again by dissecting Charlie's well-funded stochastic terrorism that generated a hateful, targeted, harassing body politic by first looking at a video from the Internet Archive. His online presence and words tell all. After his first appearance on Fox and his Breitbart op-ed, how did he decide to move? By August 22, 2014, after attending the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, Kirk continued making himself known in conservative C-SPAN spaces by taking part in a discussion on balancing security and liberty with a state politician at the Steamboat Institute Freedom Conference held in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. There, he rubbed noses with conservatives while sharing a story shit-talking the IRS and warning that the government conspires against citizens via NSA surveillance. He ventriloquized a little U.S. government-approved post-9/11 normalized Islamophobia, only to then, once again, throw back to issue 1, choose to frame Obama negatively. Not that I defend Obama, since he chose to relentlessly drone strike the global south. And then I have the pyramid of hate, which, like I said, is a model that shows the way that our subtle acts of bias go into and support acts of prejudice and bigotry, which then build into acts of discrimination, acts of violence, acts of extreme violence, and then genocide. And this is something that was developed after the Holocaust, so that we don't do that again. Point is, former governor and Free Congress Foundation president Jim Gilmore surely loved to hear a conservative youth like Kirk so heavily indoctrinated into propaganda. Scandalously, according to white conservative sensitivities at least, Charlie Kirk then shared to the audience that Edward Snowden revealed Big Brother to the unaware U.S. public. Now today, we see organized fascists like the Heritage Foundation capitalizing on said uneducated U.S. public while simultaneously spinning rhetorical webs to their advantage by saying they're an enemy to the Republic, all the while benefiting from and openly investing in and uplifting misinformation and disinformative garbage like PragerU. Shortly thereafter here, he framed the left, I'm sure he just meant neoliberals, as being in favor of growing bureaucracies, arguing they didn't care when conservatives were targeted by the IRS, and asserting we have to, as conservatives, lead the charge against the abuse of power, and we have to be vocal opponents to unchecked federal bureaucrats wiretapping of American citizens. Their patriarchal stage back and forth continued into agreement that their concerns lie in being wiretapped and labeled terrorists by the U.S. government after having their digital footprints stored. And then I have an image of Winona LaDuke, who said, "Someone needs to explain to me why wanting clean drinking water makes you an activist, and why proposing to destroy water with chemical warfare doesn't make a corporation a terrorist." How ironic, considering, as Daily Signal writer Tyler O'Neill graciously shared while target harassing me, only a few months before Charlie Kirk was murdered by a gunman already forgiven by his wife at his pyrotechnic and merch-filled memorial, the Southern Poverty Law Center had added his organization Turning Point to their impressive hate map. As in, his organization is considered a hate group. All along Charlie Kirk's path, there were forks in the road. He made decisions that he did. Karma made sure that young Charlie Kirk got exactly the kind of energy he put out into the world. Anyway, the Denver Post columnist Krista Kafer next reminded anyone listening of radicalized U.S. bad guys, and Charlie Kirk responded, "Terrorists want us to live in fear and paranoia, and a lot of people in this room live in fear of their government or the fear of retribution for their government. Warning, if the NSA exists, paranoia will too." Their conversation then shifted into their perspectives on whether Edward Snowden was a patriot, traitor, or neither. Baby Charlie Kirk said that he wouldn't call him a patriot, but what he revealed was and is indisputable, no matter how controversial, and it opened a dialogue and discussion about the NSA that was, until then, publicly unknown. Whereas Governor Gilmore labeled Edward Snowden a traitor to the U.S. government here, while revealing a printed black and white flyer of him that read one word, comrades. Doesn't get much more McCarthy-esque and Red Scare obvious than that, huh, comrades? And then I have a picture of a guy that has literal bear arms, and it says, the Second Amendment. Need I remind readers, especially now, that just because this awful podcaster did not completely and utterly agree with a literal op, it does not mean that he was not an alt-right pipeline doorman funneling impressionable young minds into fascist apologia. To not belabor this exchange much longer, Kirk went on to actually admit that other conservatives referred to him as a terrorist sympathizer, which he denied, since at the time he did not believe in the abolishment of the NSA. And he continued on to say the reality is that we live in a world where the government has unchecked power. If only 20-something Charlie Kirk had a comprehensive understanding of neoliberalism. But no, instead he became a far-right mouthpiece spreading half-baked neo-Nazi shit. In my master's classes, my mentor, Dr. Lee Arts, used to ask, what's the definition of terrorism? And after we answered in usual guesses, he'd then say, whatever the US government wants it to be. Arts also promised that if we could find him one US president that ever caused social change, he'd give us an automatic A for the entire semester. Because no president ever has. Only power of the people makes change. Since our nation is founded upon eugenics, our government has a long and bloody history of defining terrorism through the lens of white supremacy. Only through our collective effort, agitation, and risky speaking up will we ever change this system. And then I have a quote from Assata Shakur that says, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Now tie it back to his 2014 video. Notably, after Charlie finished, Total Op Jay Gilmore admonished that since the internet, our technological capacities changed everything. And yes, as I've detailed comprehensively in my work, over especially the last 5 years, I couldn't agree more, both for better and for worse. Historically, even Nazi sympathizer and traitor Martin Heidegger admitted during his life that technology can only reveal what already exists. This includes well-documented digital footprint of white supremacist, cis-heterosexist, Christian nationalist neo-Nazis like Charlie Kirk. The context is that this is exactly what changes everything in this moment. We are the most connected era in human history. So despite concerted efforts to censor the truth about who Kirk was during his life, those of us who know cannot unsee him. Even his past host Kafer wrote an article adding that his death should not be used to attack free speech rights, and he is not an appropriate candidate for canonization. And then I have that video again showcasing, a fucking collection of all of the horrible shit, like some of the most notable horrible shit that he said. He said a lot of horrible shit, as you'll see in the rest of this newsletter. Their panel closed with Charlie Kirk stating that the US citizens documented, i.e. life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, constitutional rights, are the only ones directly from God. And then I have a picture of the United States that says manifest destiny. To be so fucking clear, like countless others who chose to ignore actual US history, Charlie Kirk only believed that because he was socialized into a racist-ass system built upon a rotten eugenics foundation of colonial capitalism, preaching manifest destiny. I further unveiled the context of this nation-originating Christian nationalist myth in my newest book. Specifically, I reminded that since any media can only reveal what already exists, this environment era, as in the era since C19 started, especially is revealing that many eugenics logics humans built into systems as features dehumanize the global majority by default. And I know this not just as a media and communication PhD, but as a US white person. Kirk spoke everyday discriminations that I was born and raised into and have worked to unlearn myself. Hence why white neoliberals and conservatives resonate with him, while staying virtually silent about the carceral and militarized violences they vote for. Again, I'm just a few years older than him, meaning at the same time I was working to unlearn US violences at the expense of familial, social, and romanticized abusive relationships. Charlie Kirk was on TV investing his time infinitely repeating neo-Nazi rhetoric. I have absolutely zero fucking sympathy for absolute fucking fascist cowards like him, and I trust that this second issue of The Context better clarifies exactly why. No matter what job I lose, everyone informed knows I am on the right side of history, and both my and Charlie Kirk's digital footprints make that abundantly fucking clear. So that's issue 2, digital footprint. Like I said, you can check out the Substack newsletter series that I finally linked at the end of each issue on my Substack if you want to read it as I'm just like reading it to you. But without further ado, this is issue 3 called Who Will Be Left? We return to 2015 era Charlie Kirk, only to find his conservative shit and shill talking neoliberals continues, and despite not fully understanding neoliberalism, sharing his master plan to copy Obama. I published this October 1st of 2025. On February 26, 2015, Charlie Kirk was yet again invited to speak on C-SPAN during CPAC. From what I can find, it had been a big year of propagandizing for him as he bragged on the back of his first book. He had been on TV over 70 times by that point. And then I have a picture of his book, like it's his first book. It's called The Second Amendment and Hunting Heritage. It's funny, I have the back cover too. That day, he was invited to speak because he saw that Americans, and especially millennials, didn't understand economics as well as they should, so he founded Turning Point USA, which had great success last cycle. He started out his talk once again, despite my choosing completely random videos of him from each year, shit-talking Obama, not only for playing too much golf, but saying that both of our hometown area of Chicago, Illinois, is one of the few states of the country that has term limits of a different type, where our politician serves 1 term in office and 1 term in jail. Continuing his roast to say, when we ask for our governor's cell number, we don't mean their phone, we mean their jail cell. That's now 3 out of 3 issues he's done that in. Imagine thinking learning about someone is obsession. And this should be understood in the context of Trump envisioning putting Obama in jail 10 years later, as well as him posting a fake AI-generated video of him doing that. Not only did the conservative audience applaud in appreciation of now TV well-known Kirk's covertly and overtly racist remarks, but they did the same when he claimed that an Illinois Republican governor had since won thanks to grassroots work fighting the left at their own game by copying the tactics of uniting around key principles. To further explain, this young Kirk then disclosed that only 3 years prior, and as has been my goal, the start of issue 1 of The Context in 2012, that conservatives were more divided than united in comparison to the left. Again, he means neoliberals. As one can expect, he then specifically referred to young people and old people around principles, attaching that to his organization, Turning Point USA. He said he'd started 2.5 years ago. The rhetoric he used framed his efforts as an alternative point of view, and that he's targeting young people all across the country, sick and tired of big government telling them how to live their life. Struggling under the burden of student loans, they can't find jobs, sick of the government reading their text messages, and our government wholeheartedly bought the agenda of Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, and now they're having to pay the price of big government for things they thought they were going to get for free. That's all a direct quote that he said. Then followed by yet another twisted joke that a young person voting for a Democrat is like a chicken voting for Colonel Sanders from KFC. This rhetoric has devolved and been recontextualized as shown in this Reddit thread. Somebody posted in like 2023 and asked, what is this chickens are for KFC rhetoric that the right keeps saying all about? So basically, what he said in 2015 has stuck around. Next, Kirk differently buttered up and established himself as an in-member of the attending conservative audience by saying that when Obama lost his first debate to Romney in Colorado, he believed that it was one of the greatest nights in US history. Viewers can surmise that this was because it was his turning point in realizing a market gap. In essence, Kirk explained that after Obama lost his debate to Romney in 2012, he watched how he moved. He found that Obama needed a bailout, energy, and enthusiasm after his generally agreed upon public loss. So he went to the young people, demanding to be on a college campus the next day, and he went to University of Wisconsin-Madison, and 72,000 young people showed up in support. After having watched this that day, Kirk boldly admitted his long game to copy how Obama built his legions off the backs of millennials, framing it as, let's be honest, his opportunity to reject Obama's neoliberal agenda and paint an optimistic, read opportunistic, future of limited government, individual liberty, and increased economy around entrepreneurship and the American dream, doubling down that our generation, i.e. millennials, and belief system will be paving the way for decades. Now, in hindsight, we know that Charlie Kirk kept his promise, growing increasingly fascistic. And this must be understood in tandem with a video I shared in the prior issue of The Context, where after a montage of hella racist shit Charlie Kirk said, ending in some white man asserting that conservatives are angry because Kirk was known, loved, and viewed by them as a mainstream conservative Republican. That speaks volumes, especially when we understand his rhetorical violences within the pyramid of hate. And then I have a video where I describe the pyramid of hate in extensively. Remember, Obama was and is the nation's first black president, and that was and is a massive deal for especially new to voting millennials who had yet to learn about the massive propaganda systems this nation runs to paint it out to be a diverse melting pot, or whatever other colorblind racist bullshit the disproportionately white US public uses to excuse the actions that it used long before the old KKK mask has slowly been taken off by both corporate parties, funding U.S. carceral and militarized unwillingnesses to fundamentally change the white supremacist-ass nation, ending anti-black racisms. Unlike what Charlie Kirk said during his opening remarks, or Obama said in his UW-Madison talk, we can't afford to double down on this eugenics and fascist system anymore. And then I have a picture of the back of my newest book. Returning back to CPAC 2020, I keep saying like 25 for some reason, 2015, their host, Deputy Press Secretary of the Republican National Committee, Rafi Williams, finally asked Kirk what the inspirational catalyst for Turning Point USA was and how he implemented it. Also, what's up, Royce? In his reply, he confessed that the left-wing equivalent of what he was trying to build and replicate was MoveOn.org or Organizing for Action. Those are Obama's websites. Then he told a story of being at an Ohio State University football game in September 2012 and seeing 11 Obama for America full-time staffers doing voter outreach without seeing a single conservative equivalent doing the same there. Interestingly, then Kirk said he thinks it's a mistake to say that neoliberals invade higher education, arguing that the word occupy was more appropriate. Now think back to contextualize this in issue 1, where I noted that he'd started SOS Liberty as a way to push capitalism in response to anti-capitalist Occupy Wall Street protesters. Also, thank you for the little bunny. Again, Charlie Kirk admitted now 10 years ago that from doing so, he saw student enthusiasm that he wanted to capitalize on to gather it as data and make a wider impact from libertarian to conservatives to establishment Republican, because they agree that the bad guys are doing a better job in that kind of arena and they have to compete. We can assume that implied bad guys are neoliberals he wrongly labeled the left. And that was data colonialism and surveillance capitalism both parties are guilty of doing. Also, isn't it so fucking ironic that racist ass Kirk got his bag by copying Obama? A neoliberal who he frequently shit-talked, yet quickly labeled his murder a tragedy. Because I don't know if you all saw, but Obama posted a video calling his death a tragedy. To reiterate from prior issues, this is not me simply being nitpicky with semantics. Leftists and neoliberals have definitively different political beliefs and power. There is no leftist representation within either major US party. And this linguistic erasure matters since the collapsing of the two leads to an ongoing problematic duality, the unearned idolization of neoliberals, who are moderates at best and also increasingly conservative, while simultaneously propagandized as super propaganda action movie infotainment depicted heroes of disenfranchised groups, while they benefit from the bastardization of leftists, anti-capitalists, who advocate for genuine liberation for all. Again, this not only obfuscates the COVID-19 denying eugenics devastations both parties inclined, but also makes sense of Trump calling Kamala a fascist, communist, Marxist, and now just recently, Kamala also labeling Trump a communist dictator. Also, what's up, Elle? Well, that's weird. I never call you that. I call you Hunter. But yeah, thank you for that. I see the username and I'm like, oh. This is the same old Red Scare McCarthyist bullshit that I highlighted in issue 1. Meanwhile, both billionaire-owned parties are openly eugenicists and fascist nightmares. Both motherfucking parties are increasingly authoritarian. They're not fucking leftists. As I discussed in a TikTok recently, this is now coming back to bite them in the ass. Because I don't know if y'all saw, but around the time that I published this, like, they tried to frame the Democrats as the enemy from within. Which is literally Nazi rhetoric. Just to repeat that again, in case folks aren't connecting the dots. This is evident from both also either abandoning, pathologizing, or demonizing the historically and intentionally targeted groups Nazis did around 100 years ago, as well as both funding for-profit concentration camp carceralities and ethnic cleansing. Plus, anyone who knows fuck all about it knows that fascism is inherently right-wing. And then I have a picture of exactly that, like the little political square. Anyway, the rest of the 2015 Charlie Kirk C-SPAN appearance, I focused on this issue as his usual mis- and disinformed claims that disregard the fullness of neoliberalism, as I've already extensively overviewed in both issues 1 and 2 of this newsletter. And that comprehensive understanding is crucial, especially now as we move forward. Because to put it frankly, as usual, as Trump's administration has grown even more boldly eugenicist and fascist in their executive and Project 2025 blueprinted orders, neoliberals have also been named as the enemy from within alongside true leftists. And then I have a clip of Trump saying just that. Trump's words should also concern everyone who considers themselves a patriot, especially those who are inactive or active duty military members vowed to serve, because as we know from models like the Pyramid of Hate and Nazi Germany, we are all eventually next. And as I posted across my platforms, Trump is committing treason. And I have, I love a good wordplay. So in the word treason, I have the Epstein files, like, you know, like H.E. Epstein files, treason. But like Epstein, like he's committing treason because of the Epstein files. Okay, anyway, issue 4, political correctness. And like I said, I'm just reading my newsletter mini-series about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate called The Context. You can read along on my Substack. That was issue 3 called Who Will Be Left? And this is issue 4 called Political Correctness. Welcome back to 2016. Political correctness was out, and even to Charlie Kirk's surprise, Trump was in office. Let's talk about how correctness became bad to both neoliberals and conservatives. And I published this October 13th of 2025. By 2016, Charlie Kirk was being featured on Buck Sexton's old podcast, Buckshot. The episode is on SoundCloud and called A Problem of Bad Ideology, hosted by the Blaze Radio Network. For those who don't know, Blaze Media is a conservative digital media company now led by Gaston Mooney and Tyler Cardone that was first founded by Glenn Beck and his round of investors including the DeVos family in 2010. Since then, Blaze Media shifted from television into online streaming, podcasts, and more. For context, in May, Sexton's New Bullshit podcast also claimed reverse racism exists. That particular day, about 9 years ago, Kirk was once again invited on this show to repeat his usual bullshit about liberal biases in higher education. Only this time he was doing so alongside another overeager conservative grifter who was at the time actively pushing political correctness as a bad thing leftists and neoliberals do. So now we're here with Peter Thiel's outlet calling for forced institutionalization. And then I have a clip from one of Peter Thiel's outlets that says, "The case for insane asylums, a recounting of recent attacks by the insane, a history of America's attempts to deal with severe mental illness, and an argument for the return of long-term psychiatric institutionalization." That's fucking eugenics. And that article was published October 2nd of 2025. So like that same month that I wrote this. No, exactly, yes. Isn't it ridiculous? Like, it actually blew my mind to learn that he did what he did because he was copying Obama. I was like, wow! It's like it makes so much sense when you know like how that shit works, but it still surprised me. Anyway, which is fascinating considering political correctness was first used by actual leftists. Did you all know that? Because it was a term coined by, I forget if it was like actual communists that created the term political correctness, and I have a source that shows that. No, exactly. And he loved Peter Thiel, Kirk. That was like one of his buddies, for obvious reasons. Then, a little more than 100 years ago, by liberals to ridicule leftists. So like the neoliberals then co-opted the term that actual communists created in almost the exact same way as they're now using purity politics recently to try and excuse themselves from needing to wear a face mask to stand in solidarity with disability justice and against genocide, for pointing out that words mean things and that verbal abuse and hate speech have long-lasting impact, pyramid of hate, on us and our world. Then in the 1970s and 80s, it was used by liberals to distinguish themselves from leftists. The term political correctness was. And finally, in the 90s onward, conservatives made it worse to criticize liberals. In other words, similar shit they did with the AAV term woke, even faster. It's almost like the right is constantly co-opting terms and using them to cause violence. Because they always fucking have, while simultaneously claiming that the language they use isn't violent. Like a conservative dad screaming, "I'll give you something to cry about," after he verbally abuses and chases the US all around with a belt to abuse us even more. This country is so normally abusive that verbal abuse, just like in family and domestic violence situations, is often framed as no big deal in comparison. And then I have a picture of the pyramid of hate again, which again is a model in communication designed after the Holocaust that details the way that subtle acts of violence and jokes build into prejudice and bigotry, which builds into acts of discrimination, and then acts of extreme violence, and then genocide. Both in good cop Democrats and bad cop Republican sense. Since it should go without saying the fact that Republican pundits were ever platformed saying that knowing history and speaking respectfully to and or ideally with historically intentionally targeted folks was bad was the first red flag. And it was a sign both major US parties were slowly returning to a full embrace of eugenics and fascist logics. And that's not bold for me to say because our worlds are built one conversation at a time. Language is the closest thing to magic that we have to make change. Media and communication experts like me know this. Right-wing think tanks abuse it a lot. As do neoliberal Democrats when they invite Republicans on their shows knowing full well that they're both there to repeat two-party system sports team bullshit, like dog whistles and other eugenics language, shared as if they are just casual opinions. Neoliberals have always been and remain more than comfortable using US elitisms, sanisms, and other insults based in intelligence to make themselves appear superior, while handing a mic to further right conservative counterparts who do the same shit, just with even more overtly problematic rhetoric to get clicks, attention, cough, TikTok debate lives, and a lot of money. And that's the fucking problem by design. Willing pawns like Charlie Kirk and Buck Sexton worked to build brands as free speech advocates, bastardizing human embodied emotional knowledges as fragile, because it was easy and profitable for them to do in this imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. Racism is the verbal and material building blocks that white folks are handed to build with from birth. He just stacked them and made his ugly bed. And then I have that clip again of him saying a bunch of racist shit throughout his life. Just in case anyone keeps forgetting, I will provide it back just so that you can see it. Don't believe me despite all 3 prior issues of the context? Well, listening to even just the first few I gotta drink water. The first few minutes of Buckshot demonstrates more problematic trends. Because again, he was on a conservative news media podcast owned by and funded by the billionaire class, including Betsy DeVos. Because for anyone that doesn't know, the DeVosses were billionaires. The host of the episode strategically cast an illusion that students who want to know historical richness, not ahistorical decontextualized opinions, was problematic. After his very inhumane and edgelord introduction, I gotta do the puzzle piece. There we go. After his very inhumane and edgelord introduction, Charlie Kirk entered as a Turning Point USA savior, and who proceeded to mock the idea of free speech zones on college campuses, juxtaposing them with safe spaces. AKA, per usual, he took a real issue and then decontextualized it out of further critical needing. Allow me to explain. The first, free speech zones, neoliberals are equally responsible for creating, and does arguably bring up a censorship issue on campuses. Yet, how ironic is it that this 2016 version of Charlie Kirk would be so upset that college campuses would only allow free speech grifters like him into a specific geographical location on campuses, only for him to go on to preach xenophobic hate speech about who's allowed on either side of imaginary US lines. And now the Trump administration, who he loved, illegally kidnaps, concentrates, and disappears Black and brown folks for being on this land. The second, safe spaces, neoliberals are also responsible for creating and are a social fiction used to A, operate as an institutional safety net, or B, posture as righteous. Meaning, regardless of intention, neoliberals largely use the rhetoric of safe spaces to either get their bag as justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion trainers, aka Jedi trainers, and or to excuse their own complicitness in systemic US eugenics and fascist logics and practices that institutions will accept. At best, they are often reformist, and at worst, justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion rhetoric is performative or co-opted into offering systemically unchanging actions. Plus, don't even get me started on identity reductionisms neoliberal creators have been weaponizing against leftists, like political correctness turned to attack mode. And this is why we're fucking here now, still requiring fundamental systemic changes. And then I have a picture of a bunch of fucking Yazis with Trump's name on a literal swastika flag. And a bunch of other bullshit that connects him to the KKK, because they fucking love him. Anyway, point being, by definition, in a system as violent as the US, sorry if you can hear this fucking ambulance. We'll read that. Anyway, point being, by definition, in a system as violent as the US, this is why free speech zones exist, to censor systematically challenging actions on campuses, and safe spaces do not in fact exist beyond a figment of neoliberals' imaginations. Admittedly, before I learned more, I was a white person who fell for the idea of safe spaces too. They sound nice in theory for folks who are just starting to learn, but that is like the inevitable liberal entryway folks often walk through before we get introduced to genuinely liberatory ways of thinking and being. And that lie has followed similar paths of rationality turned irrational with COVID-19. Realistic reminder, it didn't end when Biden ended the emergency order in 2022, normalizing a mass disabling event. And that type of conformism is evidenced by both major US political parties and most nations' willingness to neglect, especially disabled Black and brown folks, to protect the economy, i.e. billionaire profit, and sustain the current system of colonial capitalism via historical and present erasure, carceralities, and militarized terror. Hence why both neoliberals and conservatives never did or chose to just stop face masking. Using their unique excuses, they each choose to pledge allegiance to US eugenics. Lastly, this is evidenced by bipartisan approved violences perpetually inflicted upon disenfranchised communities at virtually every conceivable level of this nation, as well as the global South. Events that barely make mainstream news. For instance, take Typhoon Halong that is currently devastating Western Alaska. Everyone thinks you're really cool. I'm so glad that you're not here anymore. The person in the chat. Anyway, as one of my mutuals who lives there reminded me this afternoon, this crisis is a perfect example of the way Native communities are almost always disregarded as newsworthy by the US mainland as $11 billion in FEMA funds are cut and climate crises continue to escalate. FEMA, aka the Climate Catastrophe Fund. Believe it or not, this can be further explained by what Charlie Kirk did in this awful podcast. At this point, Kirk shared that Turning Point USA was on around 1,000 college campuses. He was spending a lot of time talking to impressionable college students all over the country. And from doing so, I was surprised to hear that he was quoted on said podcast not anticipating that Trump would do well in the 2016 election amongst young people. What was not surprising was hearing him call Hillary Clinton the most beatable candidate Republicans had ever gone up against. Sports team mentality, Exhibit A. Again, not that I defend Hillary Clinton either, because war criminal. Either way, very interesting to hear even Kirk admit that Trump was playing into the hands of a lot of negative stereotypes that people already have about Republicans. But I guess in 2016, a lot of us were still naive enough to believe that Trump couldn't possibly win a US presidency because of how openly fucking discriminatory he is, huh? You know it's bad when even Charlie Kirk explained that some of the things Trump said were not going to resonate well with a lot of young Latino voters or young women voters. Also, thank you for the little cat, Kermit. Which makes his blatant hate speech later all the more interesting, if you ask me. Tangentially, Charlie Kirk also disclosed that at the time, he found Democrats to be better at mobilizing celebrities and other social media influencers' voices to gain leverage for their political candidates and gain traction on social media. And I have a feeling it would be wise for us to put a pin in this plan of attack for a later issue. And then I have a picture, a couple screenshots of the Google Drive that I created of Charlie's fans who target harassed me for weeks after I was fired for telling the truth about who he is. Across every conceivable way to contact me on the internet. The fact is, most everyone in the US is inculcated into cultures of fear, homelessness, propaganda, terroristic threats, etc. And we have become complicit in violences our nation inflicts on us and on the world globally, making terrorism's business as usual. Instead of neoliberals' language of vote blue no matter who, Republicans just project their mischaracterization of fear at the ones who billionaires exploit and harm the most. Because that is significantly easier to do than recognizing how much we're all getting fucked by said billionaires and tech bros they masochistically idolize and ventriloquize. And as overviewed since issue 1, oligarchs use the media that they monopolize to manufacture our consent and platform opportunists like Kirk to infest young minds. This becomes all the more disgustingly cyclical when you remember that beyond billionaires, these increasingly far-right media companies and influencers' viewers are the ones who generate their revenue. Meaning the correct political analysis to make is that the real problem is their racist viewership, who are paying these fuckers to have and spew eugenics fascist biases they love back at them while they feign ignorance. And companies like Blaze Media know that because they leveraged and thrived on like-minded influencer distribution streams and subscription dynamics that are responsible for normalizing neo-Nazi rhetoric as simply mainstream talking points. Sorry if you can hear the annoying fucking car. Conservative internet talking heads were paid or otherwise socially praised to openly demonize political correctness so that neo-Nazis could do the same to anti-fascism. They knew that if they made their changes incremental and sensationalized enough, neoliberal Democrats would happily play into their money-hungry hands. Watching them use political correctness and purity politics pejoratively is evidence enough. So that was issue 4, political correctness. I'm reading my newsletter series, as you can see on the screen. It's called The Context. And it's about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate. Oh, that's weird. The lo-fi included like a very short, like, guitar thing. I was like, where is that even coming from? Because it didn't sound like it was a part of the lo-fi. Anyway, issue 5 is called Propagandized Starvation. And I published it October 30th of 2025. Only 8 years prior to our impending November 2025 SNAP elimination, Charlie Kirk was busy spreading propaganda that socialists aren't able to feed or educate their citizens. Let's talk about why. Because if you all remember, last year, during the same month as Colonizer Feast Holiday, they cut people's food stamps. July 2016 era Charlie Kirk became the youngest speaker at the Republican National Convention so that 2017 him could post clickbait captions on the internet boasting he destroyed socialism by lying it is the greatest killer of humanity in human history. We're laughing because the world is horrible and you have to laugh at the terror. Otherwise, you're gonna die. As mentioned last issue, to his surprise, Trump did in fact win the presidency after all, and I'm sure his 22-year-old increasingly influential self was reinvigorated by the win. So much so that he shifted his Obama shit-talking towards a new aim, socialism. Notice he didn't say democratic socialism because those are two different beliefs. Socialists want revolution, and democratic socialists are happy with capitalist reform. This is why you will find leftists criticizing Mamdani and neoliberals who love him. For those who don't know, in the most simplistic terms imaginable, socialism is the inevitable transitional period that takes place before a capitalist system becomes full-blown communist. Because change doesn't happen overnight, it happens over time. Meaning, even in the case of revolution, we must work to liberate everyone, especially the folks who colonial capitalists, eugenic and fascist logics deem expendable, disabled, black, brown, low and no income, non-English speaking folks living in the global south. Point being, it is crucial for capitalists to demonize their main threat, communists. It is widely understood that capitalist systems depend upon manufacturing consent for both anti-socialist and anti-communist propaganda because of the overwhelming negative consequences of capitalism that folks are immersed within every fucking day. And this is why we make parodies and jokes on the internet. Okay, that's actually kind of hilarious because I didn't realize that I said that just so shortly after that person tried to be like, why are you laughing? And this is why we make parodies and jokes on the internet to survive despite the late stage capitalist hellscape. And I designed my new Heads of State products to raise. So that shirt, I'm actually wearing it right now. I wear it all the time. It's a shirt that I designed that has a bunch of high profile pedophiles and billionaires and Nazis on it. And it's called Heads of State. To obviously make a parodical joke about the fact that we're in a hellscape. What's up, Mari? Thank you. But you can buy it on my merch shop. I have it on like stickers and magnets and all kinds of shit. Okay. But yeah, anyway. Heads of State products to raise folks' awareness that corrupt billionaires, rapists, and pedophiles lead our world. What's up? Anywho, while I can't verify what Charlie Kirk's source was referring to with this bold claim, because he probably didn't have one, often when right-wing think tank extensions allege arbitrary socialist and communist death tolls, they usually do so from vaguely referencing either a book by Chair Professor of Humanities at the University of Hong Kong, Frank Dichter, or another by journalist Jasper Becker about China. And again, while doing so, they also never mention that global colonial capitalist systems always catalyze significantly more deaths, as well as the climate apocalypse. I don't know. I just continue speaking and nothing happens. It doesn't work with my content, but because I don't go live very much, I can just apparently stay up. Anyway, death tolls in those works refer to the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, and Chairman Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward, a famine that took place from 1958 to 1962, resulting in roughly 15 to 50 million deaths, which to me sounds like the new normal of countless COVID-19 deaths disproportionately capitalist governments decided will continue regardless of the ignored deaths of millions of disabled folks. But what do I know? I'm just someone who has lived through it and paid attention. And in real time, over the last going on 6 years now, I have documented how what I've called the environment era reveals to us just how much the documentation and or evaluation of who goes hungry or dies is simply a human choice, one dictated by profit. No one needs to go hungry or be uneducated in a world where billionaires exist. In 2021, it was found that it would only cost about $40 billion a year to feed the entire world. That is what the same oligarchs who have monopolized global mass media systems depend upon us not knowing while we consume their propaganda instead. And yeah, hell yeah, Spring. Even just a few mega billionaires could solve that while we fundamentally restructure our environmentally devastating ecologies to ensure no one goes hungry ever again. Every day it doesn't happen is one where a dragon-like fucker chooses not to feed us. Because while there were only about 10 billionaires in 1980, there are now thousands. And to be clear, this is completely different than the famine that occurred in China. What Charlie Kirk would never mention is that that famine was a perfect storm of policy and climate issues, most of which were outside of the CCP's ability to control. That is the exact opposite of billionaires just choosing not to feed our global publics. Moreover, to his cheering audience, Kirk flat out lied that communists had no schools or roads. Some may argue that it was a bad hyperbolic joke. Either way, it was total bullshit. Plus, as discussed in prior issues of The Context, we know jokes are powerful tools. Moving to the second topic, when you search about their roads, what you'll find is the CIA website ethnocentrically bastardizing the quality of Chinese roads. Wonder why? I got you. Journalist Becky Little's History.com article, especially the following quote, says everything you need to know about the context of Charlie Kirk's disinformation. After World War II, the United States began using the newly established Central Intelligence Agency to overthrow governments all over the world in a more covert manner. U.S. leaders rationalized many of these interventions as necessary for preventing the spread of communism, according to the Cold War domino theory. Similarly, 21st century leaders would later defend U.S. Middle East interventions as necessary for fighting terrorism. So the CIA was literally created to spread anti-communist propaganda. This should be illuminating because it is the open secret context of what conservative talking heads like Kirk always say when they claim socialism and communism didn't work. And it further makes sense of the ways anti-capitalists are being framed as terrorists. Because as left book memes have repeated for years, the US has orchestrated many coups, assassinating and replacing leaders with capitalists to ensure that they don't. Now fast forward to today, and the US has a shadow oligarchy president at the helm, and the additional context of why billionaire CEO of everything, Larry Ellison, as co-owner of Oracle, Paramount Pictures, by proxy his son David, who appointed awful Zionist Barry Weiss as editor-in-chief of CBS, as well as TikTok, is so alarming. Also, thank you for that gift. All in all, the real irony of Charlie Kirk's propaganda is that now, in a couple days, just under 45 million already hungry folks in the US are anticipated to lose their SNAP benefits as a result of the Trump admin's stubborn government shutdown that billionaires love. Because instead of forcing said billionaires to feed us, October 2025 started with government workers following orders to plaster Trump's admin propaganda messaging to the top of numerous official US government websites after they had failed to manipulate Democrats into, among other things, cutting trans healthcare. Then, when Dems surprisingly wouldn't, over the course of this last month, Trump's administration proceeded to A, poorly rebrand the US-funded Is Not Real Genocide of Palestinians as a ceasefire, and B, ICE kidnappings, disappearances of Black and brown folks continued nationwide, since those fuckers are still getting paid despite many government workers being furloughed, joining those at risk for US starvation. Epstein files related suspicions prolonging the swearing in of Congressperson Adelita Grijalva aside, propagandized starvation is another example of normal US violences. Will we organize and demand what is necessary to feed each other despite billionaire-owned media propaganda who want us starved into submission? Only time will tell. That is issue 5, called Propagandized Starvation. Like I said, this is my Substack miniseries about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate called The Context. I created it shortly after being fired for telling the truth about his legacy of hate. And I am reading it in its entirety today because I finished it late last night. This is issue 6 called Terrorizing Educators. I published it December 3rd of last year. After a month-ish pause to do more enjoyable things than follow Charlie Kirk's legacy of hatred, I am finally back to look through the metaphorical magnifying glass at him hating on 2018 professors. The context is finally back after I spent time focusing on my reinvigorated medium about sex, another one of my specialties, instead. Check it out if you like sexy nerd shit. In much more upsetting news, we are back talking about now dead Charlie Kirk. I was inspired to finally write another issue because his organization, Turning Point USA, is yet again stochastically terrorizing and target harassing another trans person out of a job. I was summoned like a bat signal to dig and contextualize even more evidence of him and Turning Point USA having always repeated neo-Nazi and Nazi rhetoric, whether they know it or not. Yeah, exactly. This issue will be focusing on another Fox News broadcast hosted in the Internet Archive from a show called Life, Liberty, and Levin, a program which Advantes Media referred to as a problematic, unreliable, hyper-biased, conservative fucking shit show. On this particular episode, 2000 era Charlie Kirk says he's now 24, and the host said he started Turning Point USA a day after he graduated high school. If readers remember from past issues, I detailed the history of the organization he started by another name that eventually him and his old money Republican daddy figure bankrolled into existence. Anyway, by this time, now hella underground Charlie Kirk's hate group, Turning Point USA, was on over 1,000 college campuses across the country. We already know that from last issue, and he was on this shitty ass propaganda TV show with another conservative talking head, podcaster, etc., Daniel Horowitz. The host of this show started with a bang by calling higher education the last holdout of the Stalinist philosophy. Here, triggering all of those phrases I've never heard before. LOL, the jokes really do write themselves. Because it's always abundantly clear when assholes just repeat buzzwords they don't in fact understand, and then they accuse educated folks of doing the same mindless act when they're providing a comprehensive critique of this hella problematic ass system. So, of course, what does this gratuitously biased and grifting talk show host do? He asks Charlie Kirk, the resident college student predator, for his perspective on why. Mind you, as I've detailed extensively in prior issues and across practically all of my spoken and published works, the idea that higher education is a place where actual leftist ideas flourish or are in any way a majority is a complete and utter fiction. The vast majority of higher education is full of, at best, neoliberals and at worst, even more conservative thinkers. What are you asking? I don't understand. You're talking his final words that were horribly racist. Exactly. Yes. I forget that. Okay, yeah, that was, yes, yeah. For context, my past, yes. I realized after. For context, my past issue on political correctness explains how this myth was and is manufactured and churned through billionaire monopolized media nationwide. Anywho, per usual, Charlie Kirk is still totally fucking desperate for attention. And by now, he's generated a reputation for years, shit-talking neoliberals like Obama and growing a following while being increasingly radicalized into farther and farther right-wing ideologies and being bankrolled by billionaires like Murdoch, who are more than happy to pay him an exposure and or the big bucks to spread their propaganda language. So here he is on yet another one of the neo-Nazi supporting billionaires' ignorant fucking TV productions, and now even, probably, getting well paid to do it. Over the last year, Kirk grasped on to new language. This time he brought up the term neo-Marxism, which I'm sure if he was still alive, he couldn't properly define if his now existent life depended on it. For anyone that is unaware, prominent critical theorists like Gramsci and many of my other inspirations are accredited with what almost no serious scholar actually calls neo-Marxism. In fact, throughout the entirety of my master's and PhD, not once did I ever come across this term despite living and breathing critical theory. I literally thought, this must be some bullshit term that Jordan Peterson came up with. Because I was instead learning about the phenomena of neoliberalism. Some folks may be thinking, well, how could that be? It is because, yet again, much like has happened with terms like woke, political correctness, etc., neo-Marxism was first used by actual anti-capitalists, aka real leftists, and then conservatives of all kinds proceeded to misuse the term to inaccurately label the vast majority of neoliberals who were hired to teach on college campuses as Marxists. No, exactly. Yeah, it's culture. Yeah, like it's exactly.
exact same shit. Cultural Marxism, I think, really was Jordan Peterson's term. And I remember hearing him do that shit like in 2015, 2016. So that's why it immediately came to mind. I was like, oh, this is bullshit. Not that obviously just the speaker saying it at all didn't give that away, but I was like, this is fucking nonsense. The vast majority of academics are not Marxists. They aren't leftists. They are neither. No, exactly, yes, 100%. And as an anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, anti-eugenic, and anti-fascist leftist ex-academic, I personally see Marx's work as overrated. There are plenty of critical intersectional leftists who have these conversations with open-minded leftist curious thinkers. 2018 era Charlie Kirk was obviously either unaware of all of this or being paid well enough to not give a fuck that his legacy is built on a fictional foundation. Either way, during his lifetime, he contributed to the lie that neoliberals are Marxist. Because once again, as I've overviewed since issue 1, Kirk built his hateful legacy and its mediated extension, Turning Point USA, off of a high school level ignorance. It doesn't matter whether this was intentional or not. It's that the impact of his ahistoricism is that he was paid to articulate deeply inaccurate understanding of this nation's history, and that $12 million plus propaganda system has dialectically material and stochastically terrorizing consequences that continue to this day. I'm reading my newsletter series about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate. Big fan, who's now going to disappear. Bye-bye. This is why in 2018, Charlie Kirk was on this smarmy fucking TV broadcast hating on higher ed while profiting off of it. Most of what he said during this show was just a repeat of his same old misrepresentative song and dance. He lied that the college left, again, I'm sure he meant Democrats, are threatened by a conservative presence. A fairer account would be him detailing that the foundation of the U.S. education system was built upon his very same eugenics biased, imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal beliefs. But that wouldn't have benefited him. So instead, he contributed to the common Republican complaint that conservatives are in any way a minority on college campuses, and that they're oppressed out of sharing their God-given freedom of speech. The fact is, conservatism is alive and well in K through 12 and higher education between both Democrat and Republican representation as the prevailing hegemonic normal. It's the same old silent majority narrative that we've seen political candidates repeat. What is interesting is that the message that Kirk's sending here is one that says, if we could just get a microphone, people would see that we're respectable imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchs, and they'd move farther right. And the fact is, he was right. That's why a respectability politics critique of both neoliberals and farther right conservatives is crucial, because respectability is a tool of white supremacy. The youth have fallen for it because what is always conveniently left out is that dehumanizing ideas, spoken or written in a polite or professional tone or verbiage, are still oppressive as fuck. And despite critical cultural artists, activists, and academics having documented lifetimes of explanations as to why that works on us. This is precisely why Charlie Kirk and his parasitic pals falsely conflate leftists and neoliberals while manufacturing undeserved hatred of those of us dedicated to liberation for all. And it's also why the K through 12 and higher ed systems themselves have always been a colossal failure. Kirk knew an effective way to push people farther right is to demonize moderates for the foundational flaws of colonial capitalism, as if they are ideologically farther left than they are. And he did that. Well, just as he admitted he planned to do in copying Obama's visits to college campuses, preying on innocence of college-aged U.S. youth. He said himself, when students hear both sides, a false binary common in U.S. media of moderates and farther-right conservatives, they'll come somewhere in the middle. That was his way of admitting his entire plan that effectively conservativized Gen Z. And he could easily do that because he spoke our own eugenics-biased U.S. language. This is why I, a media and communication PhD, am writing this newsletter series. It's not simply a vendetta that I have against Charlie Kirk himself, or because I was fired for documenting my speaking out against his hate speech that he denied existed. It's that I have the lived experiences and research expertise that are effectively his kryptonite. And then I have a picture of my newest book. I have dedicated substantial time dissecting U.S. norms and displaying them to the public. And my lifetime of triangulated Dr. Bird's insights are exactly what billionaires fear, because I see exactly how they've monopolized news media. I see how they've used millennials like Charlie Kirk as pawns to spread their white supremacist agenda in organizations like the Heritage Foundation, and then apparently will lie about who he was, martyr him, and monetize and mobilize his memory. I see how they pay grifting influencers in attempts to delegitimate anyone with critical thinking skills and critical theory-informed research expertise that sees through them and has the courage to live in ways that go against the dehumanizing logics and practices of our sickening, disabling, and deadly global systems. And fuck them for that. Fuck all the fucking grifters and neoliberal or Republicans who willingly spread literal neo-Nazi propaganda. Both parties and their supporters, matter-of-fucking-factly, have blood on their hands, rationalizing U.S.-funded terrorisms. ICE is not real genocide of Palestinians, etc., while news and social media censoring, target harassing, and otherwise attempting to publicly humiliate the real minority of actual leftists, artists, and activists, and academics. As Kirk disclosed to this loser-ass host on Fox and Friends knockoff, I love how I write, but it's the worst for me to read sometimes. As Kirk disclosed to this loser-ass host on his Fox and Friends knockoff, they needed to enlighten the college students into believing colonial capitalist lies or the country would change. They were playing the long game. And it's a game that people who fought tooth and nail, that Charlie Kirk only seems to be a neo-Nazi if you listen to him out of context, fell for, hook, line, and sinker. No, you absolute fucking fools. He built a $12 million net worth spreading neo-Nazi rhetoric, whether he knew it or not. And as shown here, he did that by working to rhetorically belittle and delegitimize professors and framing higher education as a liberal vacation spot they don't leave. When you understand his tactics, you understand that it is completely on brand. After his death and Erica Kirk takes over, the Turning Point chapters continue to do the same, repeating neo-Nazi and fascist talking points. It makes sense that he recommended that students pursue mainly business degrees, because those degrees don't challenge the system in any way, shape, or form. The logics and practices of those market-centric degrees as media smother out revolutionary critical thinking in every single way. They idolize themselves by shitting on social sciences, arts, and humanities degrees. It used to be called hard sciences versus soft sciences. The language itself is telling. Hence why we'll now often see Democrats and Republicans both reinforcing foundational eugenics-biased U.S. dehumanizations on the basis of conservative, entrepreneurial, and now data-driven logics and practices. Because the colonial capitalist system itself is the problem. The ability, gender, ethnicity, or skin color of a cop or a military operative matters less than their ideological willingness to do what they're told: exploit, kidnap, and kill us all. Beyond social functionality, technological innovations they sell us are flashy distractions and extensions of colonially minded, capitalist funding humans as media who reinforce global hegemonic inhumanities. And then I have a screenshot of one of my tweets that says, I have literally never made more than 65K with a PhD. And somebody posted, I retweeted it, and they said, requiring a master's degree for a job paying a salary less than 150K a year should be against the law. And then I said, and the funnier part is that if this gets large enough, a bunch of fucking assholes will reply with, well, why didn't you just choose a degree that appeases the billionaire class, disregards all of our humanity, and openly devastates the planet more so that you could get paid more money? And it got a decent amount of traction. But I think because I called them out for what it is, I surprisingly didn't get those comments. So that's a win. Also, thank you for that gift. The fact remains that the existence of billionaires make our rent and food unaffordable, while we are disabled en masse, and they profit from poisoning our bodies and contaminating our understanding and relationship with the only planet we have. See, thank you. I honestly don't, and haven't been following the business trajectory. I know a lot of it is you kind of have to open your own business, and then they're just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. But they want you to not have any exposure to critical thinking at all. So that's why they push it. But to your point, you can get those degrees and then if you are willing to like be like, wait a second, this is actually not good for us. Like that is its own necessary part of unpacking and like fundamentally changing society. Because we need the people that have like that kind of education to be like, fuck this. Here's how this works. Here's how it's reinforcing our harm. Here's why it needs to fundamentally change. I see it the same way as like veterans, you know, who obviously like are outspoken about the military industrial complex. It doesn't matter which party you vote for when both of them are owned by the billionaire class that lubes us all up as gears of this climate apocalyptic system. Charlie Kirk is too dead to care. Most of the only remaining folks comprehensively educated enough to share our collective knowledge about the system's devastations are being fired, character assassinated, and publicly humiliated by his organization. It's clear that this was their plan all along, just like Project 2025 was and is. We owe it to ourselves to be honest with our past and current circumstances. It's the only way any of us will survive this anti-intellectual, increasingly eugenic and fascist-run moment. Exactly. That was issue 6, called Terrorizing Educators. As you can guess, next up we have issue 7. It is called Homelessness. I published this on January 7th of this year. For anyone just popping in, I'm reading the Substack mini newsletter series that I created about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate. In November 2019, only a few months before those of us who had them were quarantined inside our homes, Charlie Kirk began his Culture Wars tour. This was a pivotal point in his hatefulness. After another rather large but necessary lapse, since because of being fired for telling the truth about who Charlie Kirk was, I am at increasing risk of homelessness every day myself, we are back to highlight more of his legacy of hate. This time, I contextualize a speaking event on his Culture Wars tour from November 13th, 2019. The video was so large that to be able to watch it, I had to download the file from the Internet Archive. If you're interested in watching it yourself, I recommend first downloading VLC because the file type is not compatible with many other players. For anyone who doesn't know, Culture Wars was Kirk's speaking tour that he started during October of 2019. This is where he inculcated his most notable hate into the youth, following neoliberal politicians' method, spreading propaganda as a tool of war. When you know about his contextual presence, as I have detailed for readers, his hatefulness is abundantly clear. Because again, since he started Turning Point USA, his rhetoric and bolstered exposure had increasingly emboldened him to continuously espouse discriminatory commentary. As I've shown over the course of the first 6 issues of this newsletter miniseries, he was encouraged by the billionaire class to influence U.S. youth, following Obama's lead of speaking to them on our college campuses. As you can guess, the entire video of his protested event is hard to watch. The way he intertwines dog whistles, jokes, and ignorant half-truths alongside claims of opposition to overt hate speech, when we know that he repeats them back in years to come himself, is tragic and twisted. It's crucial that we name his agenda as what it was: white Christian nationalism, aka neo-Nazism, and yes, regardless of whether he admitted it. Because regardless of intention, Charlie Kirk followed the neo-Nazi playbook, appealing to a deeply propagandized white supremacist citizenry, charismatically twirling shields of common sense, manifest destiny, and providing little credible evidence for his claims. In other words, as I have substantially detailed, Kirk resonates with the predominantly white U.S. public, who has always benefited from the deliberate color-paved anti-black racisms that incline all of our education, food, and health access. Among other strategies on his tour, he and his fan base utilize a wide variety of eugenics rhetorics, including the myth of meritocracy and other fascist anti-communist logics. For those who don't know, the myth of meritocracy is the claim that if you just work hard enough, you'll get what you need to survive, and more. It's a myth because it shifts systemic harm onto individuals. With that said, this 7th issue is about whose home this nation is and who is pushed into homelessness. Whose home this land was first before colonizers arrived and chose to genocide indigenous folks on the basis of manifest destiny and white supremacy. We know this because white supremacist terror is the US foundation, and the billionaires who effectively own both parties via funding corruption support this colonial project. I have a screenshot that is of Elon Musk's tweet. It says, on Thursday morning, Elon Musk retweeted with a 100% emoji endorsement a post declaring that if white men become a minority, we will be slaughtered. Remember, if non-whites openly hate white men while white men hold a collective majority, then they will be 1,000 times sick, more hostile and cruel when they are a majority over whites. White solidarity is the only way to survive. And so he literally was supporting the Great Replacement Theory, which is a white supremacist myth. That was on January 8th of this year. Where have homeless and otherwise deinstitutionalized disabled people gone since that change in the 1980s, considering both parties never provided appropriate mental health resources allocated to care for them instead? For those who don't know, the ugly laws, which criminalize disabled people for being disabled in public, that includes homeless people, nomads, travelers, anyone that lives out of some sort of mobile home, or is begging for funds because the society doesn't provide them anything that they need to survive at base level. They were able to be forcibly detained and incarcerated. And obviously it follows the same paths as any other eugenic harm does. Who has ever been allowed to buy a non-contaminated U.S. home? In what areas were and are they able to, enabling the continuation of white intergenerational wealth? And who is pushed into a perpetual rental market, institutions, the streets, and or jail cells? And these questions of homelessness and institutionalization are inextricably intertwined with who cares for our homes and those who inhabits them, as well as who handles the upkeep of institutionally undervalued care work. Well, we know that even before the feminization of labor, older Black and brown gender marginalized folks were the default care workers of our world. This topic is complicated further when we understand gendered and racialized power imbalances and power grabs that have and continue to take place in our society. For instance, we know why white folks and anyone who assimilates into colonial capitalist logic and practices often uphold carceralities, as users have been discussing about teachers, doctors, nurses, cops, and the military. Relatedly, our taken for granted yet seemingly pervasive and insurmountable suburban and rural infrastructures also tell us material stories about who has been cast as primitive, citizen, or foreigner. And as a result, they reveal to us who it is that the US government, regardless of which party is president, has consistently funded ICE to kidnap people from their homes or the streets. It also demonstrates who's been arrested and or systematically eliminated by carceral figures, cops, etc., into for-profit prisons, aka who is forcibly institutionalized and exploited using similar hyper-individualized, patriotic, fear-based, and pathologizing language that the Nazis did. And now, discriminatory data is built into AI called objective and universal. We also know that genocide scholars have just alerted the public that the US is in the early to mid stages of a trans-genocide, again following the Nazi playbook in their hate. This also needs to be contextualized within familial, social, and institutional trans-ostracization that leads us into homelessness and incarceration at higher rates than the general public. Not because queer folks are mentally ill or predisposed to violence, but because US society covertly and overtly fucking hates us, just as the fucking Nazis did. And whether you know that pathologization is neo-Nazi and Nazi rhetoric. That's what you're repeating when you say it. Normalized and taken for granted queerphobia in our societies has been shown to incline higher criminalization and arrests, especially for Black and brown disabled trans folks. Keep all this in mind as I contextualize Charlie Kirk's bigoted presence that he branded the culture wars. As I'm sure he thought was very funny, this event started with his overwhelmingly white audience waiting while on the speakers they played quintessentially millennial music, like the Black Eyed Peas song, I Got a Feeling. It's It's still so funny thinking back to it. As I talked about just last night with some comrades on a TikTok live, this is just another perfect example of the way white folks appropriate Black culture and AAVE when convenient, while simultaneously not experiencing Black racialized struggle. This is evidenced in everything from Gen Z appropriating AAVE to the internet assimilating and exploiting it in ways neoliberals and their media are known for doing. And yes, many actual leftists, just like not wearing masks, are guilty of this as well. I gotta say though, considering Charlie Kirk having died on this exact tour from a bullet to the neck, the peak irony of the beginning of this particular day is that they also chose to play Post Malone's song Die For Me, because the lyrics go, "Said you'd take a bullet, told me you would die for me. I had a really bad feeling you'd been lying to me." Remember, culture wars was very new at the time, but they knew that general conservative rhetoric would appeal to the audience that would choose to show up. Since the event was held on North Carolina State's campus, their guest that day was Laura Trump, Trump's daughter-in-law, an alumni leader of Women for Trump on the campus, and someone who ever so coincidentally became the co-chair of the Republican National Committee, aka blatant nepotism and turned cronyism, a characteristic of fascism on display. For anyone living under a rock and in need of further context about Trump's cis heterosexisms, you can also check out this Counterpunch article published today. As Charlie Kirk came out, there was a presumably older white guy who literally repeatedly howled and then endearingly referred to him as Sea Dog. This person also vocally responded and loudly laughed at most everything him or Laura said the entire fucking time. Kirk started by making jokes about his protesters, presumably neoliberals he inaccurately calls leftists, using anti-socialist rhetoric, having their First Amendment right to be wrong. He then apologetically referred to an altercation inside the campus's free expression tunnel on November 11th. Long story short, dissenters spray painted over the event's ads hung around the area as a means of opposition to his arrival. Then an NC State student who just happened to also be Senator Dan Bishop's son ended up getting spray painted in the face by said anti-Kirk protesters. Once again, this assault was an example of democratic socialist students, in other words, reformist neoliberals, being labeled as revolutionary socialists or communists when they are not. At this point, readers should not be surprised by this false conflation, since this is what increasingly fascist conservatives are known for doing. If need be, you are more than welcome to reread my prior issues where I unpacked how. Anyway, because Charlie Kirk was now already a well-known hateful millennial asshat towards disenfranchised folks and progressive faculty alike, prior to his arrival, NC State student organizations formed a coalition to protest his presence being allowed there. So that was all going on during this event, and they couldn't help but to mention it. After some small talk mocking their opposition, Laura Trump went on to tell a story about how Trump asked her to help win North Carolina when she knew nothing about politics. So she took a 3-month leave of absence from work to do that instead. She admitted that Trump wasn't supposed to win in 2016, just as I detailed that Charlie Kirk was also surprised that he won that year. Mind you, this was just a few short months before COVID-19 started, so the world had yet to be absolutely rocked by it. Meaning they also didn't know yet that Biden would go on to win the 2020 election. So they were clearly out there as a part of the election trail in attempts to do it again. Kirk went on to lie that the billionaire-owned media misrepresents Trump, and Laura referred to it as a coup against the president, which is genuinely so funny because this was also a year and some months before January 6th, their literal attempted coup. And for those who may or may not have seen, their administration just published a rewrite on the official White House website, sanitizing their coup as a patriotic act and aggrandizing Trump's pardoning of his rioters who stormed the Capitol that day. To not belabor the entire remaining hour and a half of the event, I've watched it so that you don't have to, and I'll summarize the hateful ignorance that I witnessed with the above context in mind, and then detail how it relates to our ideas of home and homelessness. As two people who were a part of Trump's campaign trail, they painted themselves as everyday people who struggled to get the word out to a people that allegedly loved him. They worked to make capitalist rhetoric seem mundane by consistently using ignorant anti-socialist and anti-communist rhetoric to do it. Alongside that, Laura Trump at worst lied or at best ignorantly expressed that the Democrats run on socialism. Then she focused on Trump's economic impacts that were decimated over the next few years as a result of the pandemic starting. Because he chose to end quarantine to protect the economy, causing massively unchecked, underreported, and underexpressed full-body damage, disability, and death, besides in wastewater data, C-19 studies, and postmortem reports about it. And yes, as I've heard across my work for years, Biden is also responsible for normalizing this eugenics. Laura went on to say that her way of using referent power to identify with their conservative audience broadly. Referent power is like when you use the language of the person you're trying to persuade to identify with them and so that they identify with you. Don't want to help those in need of public assistance because they're not crazy. Eugenics rhetoric, to which the audience then applauded. So they framed providing help to the general public as being crazy. Folks need to understand that fascists in power want you to cheer for the idea of not helping people who are homeless, starving, or in need of whatever financial support. They manufacture your consent for inhumanity slowly over time, like Charlie Kirk did. Their mentality relies on individualism and a disconnection from our collective well-being. It's a colonial capitalist perspective born from fear, scarcity, and domination. And it's one that prioritizes profit over people and is causing the climate apocalypse. Next, they shifted their anti-communist shit-talking to other parts of the world, mentioning Czechoslovakia first. As someone whose Roma ancestors came here from there to escape literal Nazi elimination, it was insulting to have heard Laura Trump use my ancestors' prior location before coming here and assimilating in U.S. concepts of whiteness as an excuse to peddle their colonial capitalist propaganda. What they said only sounds like the truth when you don't understand the terror that Western nations wage upon socialist and communist ones, making their systems untenable. They only make sense when your entire life you've been fed a steady stream of McCarthyist, Eurocentric, and warmongering anti-China, anti-Venezuela, anti-Cuba, anti-Russian CIA propaganda. That would be amazing. Yes, please. Also, it's nice to see you. I've been periodically scrolling while I'm doing stuff, and you're just always out here saying the most important shit, and it's nice to see you. And the government pays shills like Kirk and Laura to repeat their bullshit propaganda. They indoctrinate the entire United States populace and other apologists and guilty Western consciousnesses into gleefully cheering for the military-industrial complex that rapes, drones, and is killing us all, especially in the global south, like fucking COD players, Call of Duty players. Hell yeah, thank you. That means a lot. Meanwhile, the US government is funding multiple genocides, and both Democrat and Republican pundits are framing those of us who refuse to be complicit in voting for candidates proudly supporting this country's terror like we're single-issue activists. For more, I mentioned how this works in my earlier issue about political correctness. Our media landscape is so monopolized by the neoliberal transnational capitalist class that they have most of the US public, myself included, intentionally or internationally ignorant, or at the very least, deeply confused, and or cheering for the kidnapping of the president of Venezuela, recycling the same old pro-colonial democracy, anti-socialist, anti-communist song and dance. Trump even paraded Maduro through New York streets to humiliate him and further rationalize US colonizing of their country's impressive oil reserves. Because, mind you, many Republicans often don't even accept the fact of human-made climate change, despite 99% of climate science showing that we require fundamental systemic changes because of the macro and micro devastations that our globally industrialized and overconsumptive colonial capitalist systems increase each year. And the Democrats aren't much better, because reformism isn't gonna fucking cut it. Also, thank you for the gift. It wouldn't remove the spoonful of plastic in our brains or remove it from our veins. It wouldn't end our microbiome decimation, microscopically destroying our immune systems, because new research has shown that our gut microbiome comprises the vast majority of our immune health, by the way, caused by the overintroduction of disinfectants, pesticides, herbicides, and antibiotics normal in Western social relations. Any currently specialized research worth its salt ecologically shows we don't have that kind of time. The prioritization of an economy over all of our lives is the fundamental US problem. It reached a point in watching I reached a point in watching this hour-and-a-half long event where I just gotta be honest, it was so fucking boring. And that's hilarious because they mentioned at the exact part where it became unbearably fucking boring for me, how boring it is for them to listen to Democrats. I don't disagree that it's also boring to listen to most Democrats, but it was just really funny that that was when I tuned out. For as protested as this event was, it was just these two fucking assholes sucking up to Donald Trump for an hour and generating a sense of belonging over a victim complex from spreading hate speech. And with what we know about the Epstein list, that should be very concerning to us, because it shows that many mainstream political pundits either are the well fucking organized pedophiles or are more than happy to rub shoulders with these sick fucks. They eventually brought their token conservative student up on stage, aka Senator Dan Bishop's son, who was a member of the Turning Point USA chapter on the NC State campus. He admitted that he referred to the Democratic Socialist students who protested them as socialist thugs, and that everybody said his use of the word thugs was a racist term, to which he responded, whatever, and then they should just get over it. Some person in the audience yelled out, "It's not racist!" And he replied, "Appreciate it, thanks y'all." And then Charlie Kirk's #1 fan holding the camera said, "Based." It was so like, ah! Then tokenized Republican Senator's son talked about how he needed to have his eyes cleaned out from the spray paint, and a feminine voice off camera yelled out, "If you got spray painted in the face, why is it on your jacket?" And Kirk responded, "We'll get to you in a second." Before the Q&A portion of the night, Charlie Kirk asked Laura Trump to talk about why she, as a woman, is excited about the idea of a Donald Trump presidency. Now, think back to my prior issue where I mentioned that Kirk was surprised that Trump won because he admitted that the guy is misogynistic, xenophobic, and racist as fuck. Here's a little refresher of what I talked about in issue 4 regarding Kirk's surprise. He was spending a lot of time talking to impressionable college students all over the country, and from doing so, I was surprised to hear that he was quoted on said podcast, not anticipating that Trump would do well in the 2016 election amongst young people. What was not surprising was hearing him call Hillary Clinton the most beatable candidate Republicans had ever gone up against. Sports team mentality, Exhibit A. Again, not that I defend Hillary Clinton either, because war criminal. Either way, very interesting to hear even Kirk admit that Trump was playing into the hands of a lot of negative stereotypes that people already have about Republicans. But I guess in 2016, a lot of us were still naive enough to believe that Trump couldn't possibly win a US presidency because of how openly fucking discriminatory he is, huh? You know it's bad when even Charlie Kirk explained that some of the things Trump said were not going to resonate well with a lot of young Latino voters or young women voters, which makes his blatant hate speech later all the more interesting, if you ask me. With that said, the context of why Laura was one of his first guests for his speaking tour for Culture Wars is clearly to persuade more historically and intentionally targeted folks to work against their best interest by getting especially more white women and black and brown folks who are gender marginalized to vote for him. And based on the numbers, despite him consistently making an ass of himself, it worked. His first Q&A participant came up with a thinly veiled white supremacist question, inquiring with him about whether he aligned himself with neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. He replied by saying if the person was familiar with prominent white supremacist organization Identity Evropa. The person didn't admit that they knew what it was, so he began explaining that it is a neo-Nazi white nationalist organization. And then someone in the audience yelled out, "Straw man fallacy!" And many of the mostly other white folks in the audience looked at each other, laughed, and then booed at him. This is interesting because, as I described in a prior issue, Kirk was also known to repeat the same conspiracy theory that organization's leader does, cultural Marxism. Hence why his audience there was so adamantly booing at him for calling it what it was, neo-Nazism. Next, a lot of them started yelling, "America first," a notable phrase of the KKK and other fascists. Remember the pyramid of hate that details how hate speech builds into excusing genocide? Remember how both major US parties have become increasingly conservative over time, and that these commentators incline radicalization and stochastic terrorism, weaponizing US values and free speech regardless of intent? White supremacism, hate speech, and neo-Nazism are more complicated than the general public understands them to be. That's why I meant it in issue 2 when I said, need I remind readers, especially now, that just because this awful podcaster did not completely and utterly agree with the literal op does not mean that he was not an alt-right pipeline doorman funneling impressionable young minds into fascist apologia. Kirk spoke everyday discriminations that I was born and raised into and have worked to unlearn myself, hence why white neoliberals and conservatives resonate with him, while staying virtually silent about the carceral and militarized violences they vote for. Anyway, when Kirk called the neo-Nazi organization, even his #1 camera-holding fans sounded deeply disappointed in him. Because as discussed in another earlier issue, Kirk was seen as a mainstream conservative pundit, and mainstream conservative news media has grown increasingly fascist. So his viewership had come to expect and repeat neo-Nazi rhetoric as both major US parties grew increasingly conservative. And watching them boo him was unexpected. On a human level, I know what it feels like to be faced down by a large audience, pressuring you to not speak the truth about normalized US hate speech and groups. I also know what it's like to be socialized into white supremacy and not know how much I also express it. And that doesn't make a difference, because regardless of his intention, Kirk's impact was he increased said radicalization until he died for it. He repeated numerous dog whistles and overt lies of white supremacy and was paid to be used by this sick fucking system of normalized dehumanizations until the second he died. Not everyone who espouses neo-Nazi hate speech goes around openly admitting they do. It's naive and ignorant as absolute fuck to claim that that's the fucking case. Anywho, then Kirk replied, if you're here to trying to make America great again, you're not evil. But if you're here with Patrick Casey, who leads Identity Europa, and then he paused and asked if the guest denounced said hate group that planned the Charlottesville white supremacist rally, otherwise referred to as Unite the Right. Folks may remember this moment because there was a counter-protest where a white nationalist ran over counter-protesters against this hateful rally with their car. Both of these attacks, as well as Trump and Kirk's rhetorical choices of responses, are crucial for readers to remember because they both exemplify known Republican figures publicly criticizing fascist entities. For Trump, Unite the Right, and Kirk, Identity Europa, as cover to continue building their public political momentum by claiming to stand against the hateful ideologies that they otherwise constantly express and expressed themselves. After the guest would not denounce the neo-Nazi hate group Identity Europa that has explicit plans for a neo-Nazi takeover of the US government, Charlie Kirk and a bunch of guests yelled, "America first," the known fascist phrase, and then the guest alleged he didn't know what that is anyway. And an unconvinced Kirk said he'd take his silence as consent that he doesn't denounce the organization that's been widely accepted as a neo-Nazi organization. Then Kirk asked if there was anyone there who did support Identity Europa and invited them to the front of the line to explain why they do. That is him platforming a fucking fascist. That is the problem with both neoliberals and even more conservatives alike. They platform fascists for eyes, shock, and a paycheck. In a liberatory world, there would be no space where fascists are given a mic to spread their hate. When you invite a fascist to your microphone, you provide them a platform and signal to the public that you have tolerance for their hatred that cannot be tolerated. The guest answered Kirk that those fascists do great things and they support white people. Nobody else will speak up for us and support us. And Kirk asked him, what great things, like planning the Charlottesville rally? And then they lied that Identity Europa didn't plan it when they fucking did. And so a second time, Charlie Kirk explained that Identity Europa is a widely recognized white supremacist neo-Nazi organization, and the audience cheered about that. And then he asked the guest if he's worried the US is becoming less white, and they said yes, and the crowd cheered even louder. Then Kirk asked him what it means to be an American. Is it skin color or something else? And the guest claimed, you can go back to the founding fathers. They intended this to be a European nation. And Kirk lied that United States citizenship wasn't racist or built upon the construct of whiteness. This is two common expressions of US anti-black racisms. One that makes colorblind racist claims and asserts US citizenship based upon anti-black whiteness never existed, Kirk, when it matter-of-factly did, and then the other that admits whiteness was the grounds for U.S. citizenship, arguing that the nation should return to a completely white country. Outwardly, Kirk proclaimed white supremacy had no place in the conservative movement, but over the next few years, he ended up repeating the exact same racist fucking bullshit. Even when Kirk or Trump don't openly say that's what they want, it's what they incline. And over time, both of them grew increasingly emboldened to fucking admit that shit, both in words and in actions. Kirk by calling the Civil Rights Act a mistake, etc., and Trump deporting black and brown folks to literal death and concentration camps, etc. The rest of the Q&A was just him responding to Democrat and Republican students who are easy to mislead with the same half-baked propaganda he was socialized into. He repeated homophobic, patriotic, and Christian dogma while alleging to preach kindness. He disagreed with neoliberal students wholesale with mostly dense obfuscation and was exposed as farther right by a barrage of conservatives who bastardized gay, lesbian, trans, or any queer folks as equivalent to pedophilia. He used his religious beliefs as an excuse for supporting U.S. normalized cis-heterosexisms while simultaneously acknowledging that queer figures are useful to his movement. He excused Is Not Real Zionism and its terror. He shouted out to grifter Candace Owens as a shield to pretend like that in any way makes him appear less anti-black racist. When a black femme came up to ask a question, the audience was racist as fuck to her, especially camera guy. The moral of the story is, when you try to claim that either major U.S. party is perfect and or not complicit in the imperial core's terrorisms, you are going to fall prey to neo-Nazism. Until we acknowledge the reality that neither of them provide us justice, affordable and uncontaminated homes to live in, food to eat, water to drink, land to regenerate, or air to breathe, because of the colonial capitalist logics that they both reproduce, guiding them to only care about profitability, we're all fucked. No one is illegal on stolen land, and this planet that neoliberal, transnational, and global capitalism is devastating is our only home. Until we start fucking acting like it, we will continue to be prisoners inside this imperial core that's actively killing us all. To survive, we need to solve our nationwide hatefulness and homelessness crisis. Well, crises, you know what I'm saying. Time to drink water and a little bit of tea. Okay. And maybe do a little stretch. Everyone do a little stretch. Ugh, okay. I feel like that meme, you know, that one where it's like phrasing. Anyway, okay. That was issue 7, called Homelessness, of my newsletter series about Charlie Kirk's Legacy of Hate. And I published the first issue of it 3 days after I was fired for telling the truth about Charlie Kirk. I went year by year by year, from 2012 until last year, detailing the way that he became increasingly radicalized into white supremacist, Christian nationalist, and neo-Nazi rhetoric, and that he mobilized the Gen Z youth by co-opting Obama's tactics. This is issue 8, called Sickness. As I warned the first time that I read this on live, it is a hard listen because we are now at 2020. So we're obviously going to talk about C-19. Folks that are not wanting to hear about that are going to find this a hard read. But folks who have stayed up to date on the 6 years of research are going to find immense solidarity in listening to what I have to say. I urge anyone that falls into the former to stay around and listen, because it is of the utmost importance that we are honest about the level at which we are wholesale as a country and a nation and a globe reinforcing eugenics and fascist rhetoric when we ignore the ongoing nature of C-19. I figured, Joanna. Okay, I published this issue March 15th, so just last month, because I took a big fucking break, like 2 months between 2019 and 2020 for obvious reasons, because I knew that he grows increasingly more radicalized between that time. Anyway, it goes like this. In August 2020, Charlie Kirk hosted an episode of his Full Name podcast, where he spoke with 9 censored frontline doctors about their opinions on the then still new issue of COVID-19. We're finally back again to talk about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate. I'm so sorry, but we have to talk about his most viewed video on the Internet Archive in 2020, COVID-19. By this time, with the support of still first-term President Donald Trump, Kirk had fully established himself as a mainstream political pundit. The starter sound on this episode even alleged he's an incredible guy running the White House. Anyway, the episode was Kirk inviting a panel of 9 doctors on his podcast to share what he alleged were their viral yet censored opinions about their frontline experiences of COVID-19. The episode began with him wearing a cloth mask pulled down under his mouth and nose, immediately explaining that he is outspoken against COVID-19 lockdowns and face masking, both of which are scientifically backed measures to prevent spread and protect our lives. He continued on to say he only wore a mask on his chin that day because he claimed if he didn't, the establishment he was in would shut down his show, calling that completely reasonable and responsible measure quasi-fascist orders. In response to his obviously scientifically inaccurate opinions on COVID-19, he admitted that folks reminded him that he's not a doctor, so he invited 9 there to repeat his biases. The vast majority of said doctors he invited there at the start were in fact face masking, albeit not wearing high-quality masks. Only one of them had a surgical mask under his chin, like Kirk. Another was maskless in a face shield, which as we now know is useless against airborne viruses. And a final one, which you later learn is an overconfident child psychologist, tied a red handkerchief on himself like a neck gaiter. The episode begins by you learning that the white con woman, I gotta fix that. It's supposed to say cis woman, but it auto-corrected it to con woman, which is hilarious because that's actually who she was. Doctor, sitting immediately to Kirk's left, was also a prior guest on his podcast. He referred to her as his friend over the last week. And yes, she took her surgical mask off as soon as he started talking to her, letting it hang from her ear most any time she spoke there forward. We quickly learned that this doctor went viral, but was allegedly wrongly silenced. That's why she was there, to talk to the American people directly, after being censored within hours. She called it medical cancel culture, to be exact, after having gone viral on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Doesn't sound so censored to me. Anyway, Kirk opened the discussion to the larger panel by claiming he saw the scientific method as a means of preventing dogma. A second doctor who took his mask off to speak agreed, saying that science and truth should always win out. This white guy doctor claimed that respected medical journals like The Lancet face pressure from the pharmaceutical industries to publish without as much vetting as usual. This alone is not an unreasonable observation. It was the first pandemic to ever happen in the internet age. We have never been able to publish this fast, and human error is inevitable. We wanted answers, and we wanted them fast to save ourselves. But then he went on to make it seem like a significant amount of medical studies were completely fabricated. To back up his argument, he then only brought up one study that he alleged was fabricated, providing no further identifiable evidence. So I guess we were all just supposed to trust him on that. I don't think so, my guy. This doctor then proceeded to bring up the drug hydroxychloroquine, HCQ. For those who don't remember, or never knew, up until the environment era, HCQ was primarily used to treat autoimmune conditions like the systemic lupus, I'm not gonna try to mispronounce that, discoid lupus, and rheumatoid arthritis by reducing inflammation. To no one's surprise, Trump also went on record claiming that this drug was a game changer, while disclosing that he was allegedly taking it every day. Remember, this was the same man who suggested that folks inject bleach to aid in their fight against C-19. Anywho, next, this doctor claimed fabricated data inclined the World Health Organization's WHO perspective on HCQ. In response, Kirk asked him a deeply loaded question. If there is a concerted effort to make sure folks aren't being prescribed HCQ, and to no one's surprise, the doctor said, yes, the answer is yes. continuing on to claim that HCQ isn't being prescribed because pharmaceutical companies wouldn't do so well if it was, since it works like a vaccine in some sense. In very low doses is prophylactic. In an early disease, it is incredibly effective, lessening the need for an airborne mRNA vaccine a lot. Then the evidence he provided to support that was a reference to a supposed lecture that they all seem to have attended the other day, where other unnamed and alleged sources also assured that HCQ is vaccine-like against airborne mRNA viruses. The next doctor there, the only black cis woman from Africa, who Kirk also found because she went viral, said she was used to prescribing HCQ for malaria patients. And yes, after pulling her face mask off her nose and mouth, she argued that this drug would keep her patients from catching COVID-19. To support this claim, she cited Dr. Fauci's work about HCQ's alleged dramatic effectiveness, claiming Houston loony leftists threatened to sue and report her for doing so. How completely unbiased of her. Kirk responded disappointingly that doctors here couldn't even find the drug if they need it. And she said that in Texas she can, so that explained her political beliefs. Then she said some pharmacists argued with her that she shouldn't do that. And she patronized them to go read their pharmacy board. If my patients wanted to come see you as a pharmacist, they would have seen you, but they didn't. They came to see me. Next, it was the doctor said immediately to her left's turn to spread propaganda. Charlie Kirk apparently learned who he was because he did an ad hoc video walking through what he saw in his 8 medical centers in Central California. By the way, he was also the same white guy who had his surgical mask down under his chin the entire time. Anyway, this guy said he noticed that the culture where he was embracing fear and everyone being scared. He said, we need to talk about some raw data, nasal swabs, so he decided to put it out there. He claimed the vast majority of their roughly 30,000 swab tests were growing, but that his patients actually did extremely well and had little to no symptoms following them over weeks, besides body aches and a cough, and then a week to 10 days, it's gone with no treatment. So in other words, he was painting COVID-19 out to be a non-issue and shocked it was being cast as one. Then this white guy doctor explained this away by claiming that the media focused on folks with pre-existing conditions and the elderly, and that apparently was skewing our global perspectives about the seriousness of this virus. That was wrong. Meaning, regardless of intention, this doctor chose to go on Charlie Kirk's podcast for his 15 seconds of fame and framed COVID-19, the disease we now have 6 years of research showing causes us cumulative full body damage, disability, and death up to 12 to 18 months after initial infection, regardless of how or whether it's asymptomatic or symptomatic, as a non-fucking issue. Who knows how many people saw this episode and believed him? And this is the context that fucking matters, because now, 6 years of research later, we know that transmission of COVID-19 at all is what causes us full body damage. We also know that COVID-19 causes immune system damage, making us more susceptible to all other health ailments. In other words, we need to fucking care about folks who are immunocompromised and have pre-existing conditions, because if you've caught COVID-19, that is you now. And the research shows the more you get it, the worse those conditions are going to get. Instead, this 2020 doctor assumed that because fear was a factor, it must be a lie. And of course folks were fucking afraid. It was the first global pandemic to happen in our lifetime. He literally said, yes, we've had death with it. Yes, it affects the older. Yes, we didn't protect our nursing homes very well. Then he naively said, what about the 99% that did well? Painting a false picture about the serious and silent damage COVID causes us. And no, I don't give a fuck about his intention, since his impact is fucking devastating. Mind you, the only reason this doctor was even on this episode to begin with is because he had a press conference in April 2020 that went viral. It got traction, 5-ish million views, and then YouTube pulled it down because what he said didn't agree with the WHO. So these well-educated conservatives did what they literally always claimed to do, while incrementally bastardizing liberatory thought and normalizing eugenic and fascist hate speech. They said differing views used to be tolerated, and now they're being silenced. Next, weaving his dirty little obvious propaganda web to his eager conservative audience, Kirk asked the doctor immediately to his right if there was an agenda to some of these studies, pointing out that the doctors around him are called conspiracy theorists for pointing out the possibility of whatever conspiracy tales they do. This doctor straight out said that there was an orchestrated attack against HCQ. But of course he did, because this guy was only on Kirk's podcast episode because he co-authored a Google document that got tens of millions of views, tweeted out by Elon Musk proposing HCQ as a treatment for COVID-19 back in March 2020. And that Google doc was taken down, more fodder for the conservative censorship argument. Anyway, this one, of course, agreed with the other doc that anything that goes against WHO is removed. And don't get me wrong, genuinely accurate COVID-19 advocates have also actually been shadow banned and censored over the last 6 years, whether by users assimilated into COVID-19 denialism or app removal for going against algorithmic eugenics. But that's an issue with neoliberalism, which is a conservative political stance, not a progressive one. Far-right conservatives just refuse to acknowledge that. This youngish-looking white guy referred to another study in The Lancet, which he explained to the teenage viewers is understood to be the second most prestigious medical journal in the world, claiming that the WHO used it as a reason to suspend all trials on HCQ because it detailed that it caused folks cardiovascular problems. Feeling for whatever reason suspicious of that, this young white guy doctor, referring to himself as an independent researcher, dug into the data. From doing so, he claimed that that study had an impossibly large data set, implying it's not real. That was almost clearly provided by a shell corporation, who hired an erotic model to pose as their director of sales in one of their promotional videos. Kirk and this doctor then reiterated to the audience that the Lancet is seen as like the Bible, the Word of God himself. In other words, they really wanted their audience to believe that there was a conflict of interest happening that this doctor allegedly whistle-blew on. Their main takeaway being that HCQ is supposedly being blacklisted by pharmaceutical companies and the WHO, and that should be alarming to them. They frame their perspectives as independent researchers just wanting to help people and made HCQ seem like it's the obvious, affordable choice for their podcast listeners. After that casting, Kirk pivoted to the fact he knows people who have gotten COVID-19, wanted HCQ, but were refused it. Then he said he's also known people who have died from the virus. Obvious foreshadowing. Either way, at least he acknowledged that deaths from C-19 are a real thing and that he's witnessed it happening firsthand. I could have done without him using their deaths to allude to the idea they could have been saved. By what miracle drug, I wonder? Stay tuned, dear readers. Pivoting the topic, next he asked the doctor from his last podcast episode, who at this point has now taken her mask off entirely. Also, thank you for that hand heart, Ab. About the sanctity of the private doctor-patient relationship and if pharmaceutical companies are able to interfere with that. After another deeply loaded question to another viral doctor, he invited to the table, LOL. She replied that that relationship dynamic is censored in both directions, ergo that patients are self-censoring due to alleged media disinformation campaigns, continuing on to say that her job was even threatened if she was to prescribe HCQ. No, literally. Yeah. Shocked, I'm sure, Kirk then extended a question to the panel overall. If any other doctors there had ever had this experience before COVID-19, and they all said no. Afterward, the second doctor, who was another white guy, answered with his mask pulled down under his nose, then pulling it all the way off his face, that doctors use off-label prescriptions all the time, explaining that being barred from prescribing is unheard of, and describing HCQ as one of the safest drugs we have, so this should not be an issue. Kirk responded to all their commentary by thanking these 9 doctors for their courage for speaking out, suggesting that what they've shared really demonstrates that the US is currently in a tragic state because the doctor-patient relationship has been violated and science has become a monarchy, where if a certain person says something, we must listen to it. Imagine listening to widely shared scientific facts. Then he shifted gears by bringing up the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm, and asking what these folks' perspectives were on COVID-19 lockdowns, which he implied were contradictory to do no harm. and if they were helpful for our society. A third incredibly obvious loaded question to the panel readers. It was finally time for this guy wearing the red handkerchief fashioned as a neck gaiter to answer a question, revealing himself as a child psychologist who also treats adults. His opinion is that the shutdowns of schools were the single biggest mistake in the government response to the pandemic. His reasoning was that an unholy trinity of politicians, the media, the special interest groups, like teachers' unions, have, I think it's fair to say, conspired to keep people in fear. He literally went so far as to say, we are in a pandemic, but it is not a medical pandemic. It is a pandemic of emotion, of fear. People have been terrorized. My patients come to my practice, if they even come at all, and they tell me their kids are wetting their beds. They're scratching themselves while they sleep. They're attacking each other with knives at home in the kitchen while their parents go to work. The children in my practice, they've suffered more than in my 8 to 9 years of private practice. The lockdowns and the closures have not helped. No, literally. I know, it's actually, I honestly, when I saw this, I was like, oh God, like obviously that's the kind of opportunist who has been calling the lockdowns a fucking problem. Like that, it was like, he was obviously the most, like, he was the worst one of them all, for sure. And he, like, it's so funny because, like, as a child psychologist, he has no medical credibility. But he said with absolute certainty that it's not a medical pandemic, it's a pandemic of emotion. Like, what? Exactly, yes. After his impassioned hyperbolic rant, he then boldly claimed that their collection of 9 doctors have conclusively shown that the way out is to remove the fear so that we can go back to our lives, removing the masks, the social distancing, the little stickers at Trader Joe's that tell us what direction of our cart to push in the store, calling them small liberties, freedoms taken away, alleging that doing this would restore safety and a sense of comfort and trust by using this medication, HCQ, and that as a result of this, the fear would go away and they could go back to their lives. This Californian child psychologist then conspired that the end game of parties who disagree with them is to remove every possible option and choice in our lives, anticipating that charter schools were next. He called them tyrannical and statist. He claimed that health precautions were about more than medicine or compliance, but a bigger issue, arguing that United States citizens are best suited to argue for freedoms. As a small agreeing aside, right afterward, Kirk mocked folks who had hung "Don't Tread on Me" flags prior to 2020, and then surprisingly chose to actually follow responsible medical guidelines, wearing face masks and social distancing, essentially framing preventative measures as at odds with their personal freedoms to not care. I know, it's actually horrific. If they're a child psychologist, I doubt that they can prescribe medication because I know that that's usually the territory of psychiatrists. But the fact that he has any contact with the public at all is terrifying. Yeah, he should not be in that field at all. It is actually horrific to think that he's there. Then he transitioned into asking these doctors if COVID-19 was even a big deal at scale. His favorite white lady doctor claimed this pandemic wasn't a big deal compared to the 1968 Hong Kong flu. Her evidence is that it happened the same year as Woodstock. Remember, this was August 2020, and in 6 years later, in 6 years later hindsight, we now know that COVID-19 has in fact disabled and killed millions of people worldwide, as in like 400 million people last time I checked. Whereas this doctor detailed that disease killed detailed that disease only killed about 100,000 US citizens. Which is to say, her downplaying severity of COVID-19 leaves her with blood on her hands because who knows how many of Kirk's fans heard her and then died because of her. At this point, nearly all of these doctors have taken their masks entirely off of their faces. This was a rhetorical tactic as much as them wearing their white fucking lab coats was. It's insulting to the global publics that these biased-ass doctors were platformed at all. Throughout the remainder of this episode, they repeated the same eugenics, racist, ableist, classist, and cis-heterosexist biases that place the value of life on hierarchies, claiming that older and disabled lives are somehow inherently less valuable than folks who believe themselves to be able-bodied and still having longer left of their lives. Because, spoiler alert, you can be disabled and not know it, or have it, or ever get any formal diagnosis. Another white guy doctor agreed with the obviously pathology-forward red handkerchief kid psychologist that the issue is the unholy alliance of media, politics, and medicine lying that HCQ is harmful and that face masks work. They do work. Long story short, once he heard that roughly 3% of the public will die, he framed it like the flu, aka casting C-19 as a non-issue. That rhetoric may never die, unlike many of us from COVID-19. And again, that's the dehumanizing logic of a eugenicist. Folks do die of the flu. Our lives are ruined by the flu. To disregard that is a cruel act. But again, COVID-19 is not the fucking flu. It causes us significantly more damage than that. Remember that comment that Kirk alluded to earlier about the folks who he knew who died from COVID-19? He finally found his moment to interrupt his favorite white cis woman doctor there to say he knows people who are dying because they aren't getting HCQ. So he changed from big implying to actually saying the quiet part out fucking loud. If Kirk actually gave a fuck about affordable medication, he'd be an anti-capitalist, but he never was. He was a conservative shill who repeated eugenic and neo-Nazi rhetorics. But remember, these 9 doctors and Kirk's claims sounded more reasonable at the time because it was only August 2020. In hindsight, anyone who knows eugenics rhetoric and has followed the COVID-19 research knows that their claims are absurd because they disregard the inherent value of lives and about the full-body cumulative damage that COVID-19 silently causes us. More specifically, we know it's a cardiovascular disease damaging our mitochondria, which every good millennial knows is the powerhouse of the cell that provide us energy. That's why the disability long COVID is continuing to ruin millions of our lives, because fucking grifters like these motherfuckers lied to you that it was fine. Even at absolute best, if these medical doctors' intentions were golden about critiquing and wanting to make the public aware of the fast-paced, poor quality of certain research studies because of the sped-up and emerging nature of the circumstances that required that, during the first 5 months of our first internet-connected global pandemic, it only makes what they all chose to do moving forward even worse. Meaning, for them to claim they gave a single fuck about the scientific method and then ignore the 6+ years of COVID-19 research that shows the damage that it causes is sickening. Whether it's neoliberals or neoconservatives, our normal eugenics biases make me so fucking sick. And they're making us all so fucking sick globally. We simply can't continue this way. The fact of the fucking matter is, all of these doctors exemplify exactly what I've been talking about and have referred to as the environment era. We're experiencing an authority breakdown as breakthrough because of the limits and eugenic biases built into our environmental, relational, algorithmic, environmental, and algorithmic intelligences. I am not a medical doctor, and I would never claim to be. I'm a media and communication PhD who is well versed in the ways language builds our worlds and the way colonial capitalist biases are built into the way we train educators, who then go on to become medical professionals. In taken for granted normal ways, our eugenic biased education systems have shielded these specialists from an ecological understanding of our interconnections in the most connected humanity to ever exist, for better and worse. In other words, their experiences do detail certain perspectives of our failed systems. From my Dr. Bird's eye view, they just aren't naming them correctly because they refuse to admit the foundational issues built into their own specialized thinking processes. They've taken for granted that their ability to name problems are constrained by the colonial capitalist logics that have led them to enforce colonial capitalist practices. Bastardizing emotions, mistreating fear with ignorance and half-baked solutions. Regardless of intentions, I can tell from the way that they think and speak that they clearly don't understand the ways that they are failing themselves and others. And Kirk doesn't seem to care either way, because he's getting paid to bring them on and propagandize an idea that medical cancel culture exists rather than foundational US inequities. They're all so far zoomed in, genuinely experiencing terrible crises, they need to pan out. That's why our specialization problem is failing us. It disregards ecological harms. I understand their exhaustion in response to a global pandemic, but it does not excuse them selling HCQ as the cure. That's literally what the African doctor there said. Don't believe me? Let's do a little thought experiment and say that these doctors are being conspired against so that the pharmaceutical industry makes more money. Even if that is the case, HCQ does not and has never stopped COVID-19 transmission. So even in that fictional scenario that plays on their conspiracies, at absolute best, all these neoconservative propagandists have done is provided the exact same thing neoliberal ones have done with the various mRNA and Novavax vaccines, an empty lie. And even after all this time, why do none of these medical professionals seem to care? Because they have eugenics bias logics built into their minds from existing in Western societies and from being trained into their specialized and professionalized educations that don't give a single fuck if disabled Black and brown gender marginalized folks repeatedly get sick, more disabled, and die from preventable illnesses for profit. For example, one of my longtime mutuals and a phenomenal C19 advocate who has a form of lupus, Babs, has also talked about it for years, aka the consequences of these fuckers attempting to sell HCQ as a prophylactic for COVID has ruined her fucking life because it made her medicine harder for her to access. But do they care? They sure don't fucking seem like they do, because disabled lives don't matter to them. And that is a result of biased medical professionals like these who bastardize lockdowns, disregarding the effectiveness of face masking and advertising HCQ as a miracle drug. Eventually, Kirk's favorite white cis woman doctor chimed in again, recommending that doctors get HCQ directly delivered to them to bypass pharmacies completely. Then Kirk joked that a drug dealer in LA should just figure out a way to make it. In response, around the 46-minute mark, the one doctor who was wearing no face mask and only a clear face shield finally spoke, arguing that in Africa there is a real issue with fraudulent pills because HCQ is an important medicine. She claimed, "We don't have that problem here," and continued on to say that there is lots of talk about wearing face masks for preventing the transmission of C19. You read that right. While unmasked, she claimed there's lots of talk about masking to prevent C19 transmission, only to argue that internally blocking transmission is more effective. Again, HCQ does not and has never done that. Kirk then quickly shifted the conversation into face masking, claiming research is inconclusive. We know that after 6 years that's not the fucking case. To my surprise, a few of the doctors there did nuance it somewhat by pointing out that cloth and surgical masks do not prevent well against viruses, or protect well, against viruses. And they're right about that. They don't. But we know KN95 and N95 and higher quality masks are effective. One white guy doctor flat out admitted that he only wore low quality masks as a performative action to demonstrate that he cares, not because they work. Which, if you ask me, is complete and total fucking bullshit, because they chose not to wear high quality masks at that panel, and as I've said, they all barely wore those, lol. As he'd hinted earlier, Charlie Kirk then disclosed he thinks masks are dehumanizing, which is so deeply fucking ironic because wearing a mask is a revolutionary act of humanizing communities who are most harmed by the transmission of dangerous airborne viruses. Meaning Kirk admitted he was a selfish piece of shit who prioritized seeing noses and mouths over both his own health and the transmission of disease to folks who are most harmed, which again, like anything else, is disabled black and brown gender marginalized folks. I should drink water. Everyone drink water. As the conversation continued about face masks, and each doctor added another conspiratorial brick to the pro-HCQ, anti-lockdown, and anti-face mask propaganda wall they were all studiously building together, They said research about face masking effectiveness is somewhat new. They didn't fucking believe in it and didn't respect it. I understand that to an extent, but the fact is each new study shows they fucking work. I really don't know. Like, it's actually so upsetting. Do they care as a result? No, they didn't fucking care, and neither did most of you, because that's because of the absolute flashbang montage of burger grilling, plastic wrapped, firework finger exploding, holiday going propagandist assholes like this kid psychologist who said getting kids to mask is too hard. He went so far as to argue masks are psychologically damaging to children, so we should go back to normal. It is deeply maddening to think that this red handkerchief man is allowed to work with kids, a vulnerable group who have since developed dementia and other post-COVID-19 full body damage, disability, and premature demises. He even had the gall to claim here that there are 0 documented cases of kids passing C19 to older folks. A completely absurd assertion to make, because how could you fucking know that? I guarantee that this isn't the case because of the rates of infection that have spread through daycares, schools, and the like. This child psychologist repeatedly made absurd remarks outside of his expertise. On more than one occasion, he overconfidently repeated face masks don't work when they fucking do. He also claimed that face masking and lockdowns are the reason kids have developmental problems that they're increasingly experiencing. Let's be honest, there are an endless list of reasons why that's happening, most of which are far more long-lasting and likely than the very short, if not non-existent lockdowns we had in the US. He even had the nerve to call encouraging kids to face mask and distance negligence and abuse, and Kirk called them diabolical. It was astounding to see. Later on, the no face mask, only face shield wearing other white woman doctor also suggested that people who wear face masks and touch their face spread C19 even more. She also alleged folks had become socially stunted and even had the nerve to call her own lack of masking nonconformity, using her hearing impairment as to why. It made me sick to see that kind of literal ableism so casually shared on Kirk's stage. I know there are disabled folks who really cannot mask, but her reason didn't make sense. All in all, everyone there fucking knew better. Correlation is not causation. They should all fucking know that living through a global event like a novel virus, pandemic, that matter-of-factly are projected to significantly increase because of our systemic failures that I talked about within Chapter 2 of We Are Fucking Machines, are making antibiotic-resistant superbugs inevitable, is traumatic enough in itself. It didn't need to be that face masks are traumatizing or the distancing is traumatizing. We are in the most connected humanity to ever exist. We have the fucking technology to distance. We just live in global societies that have yet to redistribute the stolen wealth billionaires have hoarded from us. So we have yet to fundamentally change the way we live and structure our societies so that we'll survive. The last 6 years have made it clear that we can make fast changes for the worse. Now it's our responsibility to make fast changes in pursuit of liberation for all, for us to survive. Because contrary to the kid psychologist's claim, there's nothing damaging about being taught to give a fuck about the people around you. We can and must teach children to prioritize their and our health and well-being. Just like we need to build societies that actually logically and practically demonstrate that we actually give a fuck to do that. Over the last 6 years, we have witnessed the consequences of taking Charlie Kirk's, this child psychologist, and all the other grifting ass medical doctors' advice. It hasn't fucking worked. In fact, it's harmed us immensely. As a result of their bullshit fucking opinions that Kirk platformed here, we have endless disability and disparate seeming deaths, alongside our ongoing global loneliness epidemic and environmental imbalances, contaminations, and devastations, slowly reminding us that as things currently stand, we are hurtling towards the climate apocalypse if we don't change. People are still dying of post and long COVID ailments like blood clots and dementia. We are dying of the strokes and heart attacks that our disregard of COVID-19 caused. The fact that folks continue to ignore or are not being taught research findings that have come out over the last 6 years is a for-profit global failure of public health. We went back to normal to protect global economies under the assumption that only our most disenfranchised folks will die, because we don't give a fuck about whether many of us become disabled or die. And that's our foundational fucking problem. These perspectives were deeply short-sighted, profit-centric, and simply unimaginative. And I would expect nothing more from a group of people who would grift with Kirk. As I have demonstrated throughout all 8 prior issues of The Context, Kirk spent his life acknowledging billionaire media monopolization while directly benefiting from it. Montgomery, Murdoch, Trump, Musk, they all funded his far-right propaganda that ultimately got him killed. He was a pawn within our colonial capitalist system who openly admitted in his podcast that the powers that be don't care about life, they care about control. And in a strange way, he was right. He just didn't know or care to share the full story. He began his career straight out of Midwest high school ignorant, grew increasingly radicalized by bigots, and deliberately propagandized the U.S. youth to believe in conservative myths comprised of eugenic and fascist lies. He was just as easily eliminated as he was platformed by old money Republicans and or the billionaire class. At the end of the day, because of motherfuckers like the folks on this panel who made appropriate health measures sound useless, only a little over a week after this podcast episode and the night my mom died, my dad contracted COVID-19 from her home health aide who stayed overnight, and he could have died too. There were countless other folks and their loved ones who have and are suffering similar or worse fates because of these grifters who Charlie Kirk capitalized on for literal and figurative viralities. All of our living microscopic social and ecological injustices are interconnected. I'll never forgive medical professionals like the ones who chose to appear on this episode of Charlie Kirk's podcast, and despite new research findings, continuously choose to ignore what I and countless others have shared at length in content over the last 5 years and in my newest book, which show how inaccurate they were. We must choose to take responsible and scientifically backed preventative health measures, or our accumulating sicknesses, disabilities, and deaths will end humanity. So that was issue 8, sickness. Easily one of the longer ones. For obvious reasons. Because I summarized like an hour and 20-minute podcast into a half hour of written content. For anyone popping in or scrolling by, I am reading my mini newsletter series called The Context about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate that I created 3 days after I was fired for telling the truth about who he is, because his fans often like to say he only seemed like a neo-Nazi because he was understood out of context. I'm about to read issue 9 called Autonomy. I published it March 19th of this year. A little less than 2 years before Tucker Carlson left Fox News after the settled Dominion voting defamation lawsuit for being a far-right propagandist in April 2023, Kirk went on his show. In July 2021, Kirk made a regrettable appearance on Tucker Carlson's show when it was still on Fox News to talk about universities' COVID-19 vaccine enforcement policies. Anyone who knows about how vaccines work and has followed the 6 years of C-19 research knows that these shots unfortunately did not and do not entirely stop transmission of COVID-19, which we now know is what causes the cumulative full body damage, disability, and death. But they do absolutely shorten viral transmission time, make cases less severe, and lessen likelihood of imminent death. But remember, at this time, and as detailed at length in issue 8, Sickness, the far-right media landscape over the last year had already gone all in on incorrectly framing C-19 not only as a non-issue equivalent to the flu, it wasn't and isn't, but also as something that's allegedly only harming disabled and elderly folks, it wasn't and isn't, while advertising that the anti-inflammatory drug HCQ would somehow work as a vaccine replacement. It never was. To make myself abundantly clear, all of these things Kirk espoused were absolutely and completely not true. But folks believed them, including, at the very least, the doctors who chose to appear on Kirk's podcast. This is to say, being that it was 2021, Biden was now the US president, So the Fox News media landscape was having their usual field day, lambasting the Democrats as if they aren't the controlled opposition that they are. Ironically, Carlson began his episode by suggesting that their admin was going to go door to door to check to make sure everyone was vaccinated. That not only did not happen, but both parties are responsible for funding and legalizing ICE going door to door, terrorizing us all. Because guess fucking what? You can't reform a domestic terrorist organization. Anyway, Carlson used that rhetoric as a means of striking fear into his viewership, skewing their perception of the reality of both A, the unprecedented nature of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as B, the seriousness of this virus that we now know causes us all full body damage, disability, and a high risk of death when infected. How did he do so? Following in Kirk's strategical framing from our prior issue, he cast this public health call to action as a threat to autonomy and U.S. citizens' freedom. Carlson purported it used to be our choice if you wanted it, as if it wasn't the first global and novel pandemic of our lifetimes that we needed to take actions to end. And again, yes, the vaccines did not and do not stop transmission entirely, but they do matter-of-factly decrease the timeline through which we are infectious, as well as the amount of damage done to us by raising our immunity, which fucking matters. In individualistic societies like the US, we often forget just how cruel, inhumane, and outright eugenic our reluctance in the face of responsibility to protect one another is. As disabled folks and scholars have been begging us to remember for long before this pandemic, we do have a responsibility to protect ourselves and one another by taking preventative health measures. We forget that we are born disabled and we will die disabled, as is the nature of human existence. To deny that and instead frame our need for collective healthcare work as something to fear, as if it's baseless political control, is bold eugenic, racism, ableism, classism, cis-heterosexism, etc., hubris. Carlson, who's not only not a medical doctor, but a known propagandist, who was even removed from his Fox host position not even 2 years later for consistently acting like a total egotistical piece of shit, lied that COVID-19 vaccines don't help. Remember, this media event was roughly 11 months after Kirk's podcast episode, where he had those 9 doctors there who went viral arguing that the sanctity of the doctor-patient relationship was ruined by pharmaceutical companies, who they alleged wanted to sell you these exact vaccines instead of HCQ since March 2020. Now, building off of that bullshit propaganda on Conspiracy Web, Carlson brought a new angle, weaponizing the autonomous idea of my body, my choice against us all. That's some seriously twisted fuck shit to do to the general public, paid shill or not. It's also beyond disgusting that we live in a colonial capitalist system that doesn't provide most of us any, or best, an insufficient amount of sick days when we need them. Meaning all of our pre-existing profit-centric and machine-like systematic harms just intersect and compound with the eugenics logics in our normal practices. And even one of the doctors in Kirk's podcast episode admitted we were failing folks who work, yeah, well, I guess I gotta fix that. Work or live inside nursing homes. And that's blood on these fucks' hands. Mind you, for decades, these same conservative motherfuckers had been copying and pasting the implementation of TRAP, targeted regulation on abortion provider laws, incrementally across states, ruining assigned female at birth folks' bodily autonomy. And their damage culminated in the Supreme Court overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022, effectively decimating, especially our most disenfranchised folks' access to life-saving reproductive justice and healthcare only 2 years later, during Biden's administration. Because the Democrats consistently chose to never codify our reproductive rights. Neoliberals constantly make excuses for Democrats, but they didn't because they didn't provide the vast majority of their constituents with candidates worth voting for many consecutive straight decades between the time it began to the time that it ended. As I have detailed at length throughout the entirety of this miniseries so far, this is because both major U.S. parties operate with carceral, militarized, and eugenics logics and practices. As a result, endless specialists who incline our way of doing things as media and society-building processes, like the ones on Kirk's podcast, fail us. Just like neoliberal constituents and Democrats who stopped face masking for disability rights, despite knowing it especially harms Black and brown gender marginalized folks, do too. Anywho, Carlson went on attempting to make colleges and universities sound absurd for requiring students to get C19 vaccinated and provide proof of said vaccination statuses, claiming there were too few, if any, exemptions, which was either a total lie or had since changed because of propagandists like him who caused public uproar for them. Then he overconfidently asserted that students had already recovered from COVID and shouldn't get the shot, which again demonstrated his complete ignorant ass understanding of the nature of the way C19 causes us full body damage. So this is on my Substack, and I have every single one linked in chronological order. Like at the end of each, you can just read them all in order. If you go onto my Substack, that's through my link in my, on my profile here, or any of my profiles except for RedNote because they don't allow links. If you go to my Substack, that I think is in Dr. Bird's work, or no, I forget if I have it on my main Linktree page. It's on one of those. It's either in my main Linktree or it's in Dr. Bird's work. You can get the first article, which is the announcement. So if you go onto my Substack and then you search with the little top search bar on my profile, if you type in announcement, you'll find announcement of Dr. Bird's Eye View, upcoming new series, The Context. And then I have issue 1 linked at the bottom of that, and then every single one forward until the end. Thank you again for offering to share it. Okay. To clarify, this isn't about Carlson not being able to be a fucking fortune teller about what the COVID-19 research eventually makes clear. It's about him spending his time getting paid to lie to the US public that we are not in danger, when research was inconclusive and leaning towards us being in real fucking danger if we choose not to take precautions. Next, he said there's a risk involved in taking COVID-19 vaccines much higher than of COVID. The first part of which was not entirely untrue, blowing the risk of the vaccines entirely out of proportion and harmfully downplaying the risk of COVID-19 itself. Again, how many of his viewers watched this and then became... never mind. Again, how many of his viewers watched this and then became sick, disabled, or died? We don't have any findable numbers on that, especially as cases skyrocketed after the CDC irresponsibly claimed face masking can end, contradicting the language on their own fucking website, as well as the research study that they cited to support, causing COVID-19 tests as a media to be unable to keep up with the relentless spread of the virus, catalyzing many new variants that were eventually simply not even counted at all. This is where Carlson introduces his viewership to Kirk's Turning Point USA campaign, No Forced Vax, as the solution to their medically inaccurate, hyperbolic, and bullshit claims. Kirk began by saying that both him and his wife chose not to get vaccinated. After doing that, he went on to say he announced their decision not to protect themselves at presumably a Turning Point USA event, alleging that students said they can't do the same if they want to continue going to college because of the university's vaccine mandates. As one would expect from him at this point, Kirk then launched into the COVID-19 mis and disinformation that he admitted he'd already held even before he invited those 9 biased doctors on his podcast, which I summarized in my prior issue of The Context. In other words, he went on Carlson's show to spread more eugenic-minded lies, this time to stigmatize online courses, COVID-19 testing, face masking, and or social distancing as encroachments on student freedoms to get sick, disabled, and die. Once again, alongside this older version of him grifter, Kirk lied that face masking doesn't work, even though research shows high-quality ones do. He also repeated the same propaganda he did on his own podcast, that folks' responsible health measures were about force and control, privacy and medical freedom. Remember his favorite white woman, cis doctor, who said she was a victim of medical cancel culture when she wasn't allowed to keep COVID-19 mis and disinformation on YouTube? Kirk reduced the complex nuances of our need for collective public health down to simple issues of medical freedom and privacy, all while he pointed fingers at neoliberals as if they were the ones who politicized COVID-19. And y'all fucking fell for it, because our colonial capitalist nations have eugenics biases built in as features. Then guess what he did? He verbally cited biased-ass medical doctors featured on his podcast, spreading medically inaccurate and or half-baked bullshit that a lot of them have concerns about C-19 vaccines. And he inaccurately referred to college students as low risk, which was both blatantly untrue and dangerous for him to virally spread because at the time, we didn't yet have the knowledge we do about the cumulative full body damage, disability, and death even asymptomatic COVID infections cause us all. Now there are millions with new post and long COVID-19 ailments way after initial infection. In fact, I've seen even upwards of 2 years after initial infection. And don't get me wrong, I remember a lot of folks genuinely having concerns about the possibility of getting the mRNA vaccines. Some of those folks were even members of my own family. And hell, as he mentioned, I even experienced an adverse reaction to my first injection of the Pfizer vaccine myself. I tweeted and was interviewed in Good Morning America about my experience. After seeing numerous TikToks from other folks who can menstruate, I shared that Pfizer's design was likely flawed because of the issue across Western medicine, universalization of the white male medical body. I've detailed some ways that's played out in my life at length in my own works. Anyway, what we see in this clip from 2021 era Charlie Kirk exemplified the ways that the risk of the C-19 vaccines were majorly blown out of proportion, and the damaging, disabling, and deadly virus it fucking self became normally ignored and or denied. And that is because of motherfuckers like Carlson and Kirk who lied about them both. Their propaganda has had inevitably devastating consequences on our global publics, especially vulnerable folks who are non-English speaking and live in the global south. But these shills on Fox News don't give a fuck about anyone but some US white folks. Hence why next, Kirk called C-19 the Chinese coronavirus, because I guess he wasn't being explicitly racist enough. He needed to blow a lower pitched dog whistle. Because mind you, this was also the same year he mocked George Floyd's death and had his tour where he spread blatant fear-mongering disinformation about critical race theory. A spokesperson, Michael Hayden, of the Southern Poverty Law Center, which acknowledges Turning Point USA as the hate group that it is, called Kirk a good barometer of what Republicans felt they could get away with. In other words, he was labeled a mainstream conservative pundit. As he was labeled a mainstream conservative pundit, he tested and slowly normalized neo-Nazi rhetoric. As if that wasn't evil enough, Kirk then went on to rhetorically compare students' requirements to get these vaccines with a medical apartheid. Fuck him for that. For those who don't know, that was extra racist of him to say because as Harriet A. Washington overviewed at length within her book, Medical Apartheid, The Dark History of Medical Experimentation on Black Americans from Colonial Times to the Present, there is a real medical apartheid in the US against black folks. But instead of acknowledging that, he misused her term in a way that disproportionately harms especially disabled black and brown gender marginalized folks. Fuck Kirk. Folks need to understand that this sort of racist maneuvering of his was far from an isolated incident. As I discussed within the political correctness issue at length, far-right extremists like him consistently do that as a form of co-opting terms, manipulating narratives, and further radicalizing his viewership through fear and urgency. And then I have a picture of Harriet A. Washington's book, Medical Apartheid, which everyone should read. Around the 3-minute mark of this awful 4.5-minute video, Carlson had the absolute fucking nerve to compare vax mandates to the fucking Handmaid's Tale. Him, a talking head of the far right, who did his part over the years to actively chip away and destroy the bodies and lives of anyone who can become pregnant's dominion over their own body, acted appalled at the thought of institutions enforcing medically accurate and realistic public health responses that he and Kirk worked hard to cast as checks notes of what Kirk said about masking in the last issue, quasi-fascist policy. Again, this is also so fucking ironic because Atwood's book is both a whitewashed version of Octavia Butler's book series that starts with Parable of the Sower, and it described one fictive likelihood of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy that the Republican Party openly fights to return to with Project 2025's real fascist fucking support, most of which white folks literally did to enslave black folks here. And also why, as I said in the thread I posted across all my text platforms just last night, This is your reminder that the neo-Nazis used Charlie Kirk's death as a recruitment strategy. The day after the Heritage Foundation's outlet, the Daily Signal, wrote a hit piece about me, quoting this tweet of mine, acting shocked I appropriately called him a Nazi. And I have a screenshot of my tweet that they took and wrote a hit piece. It says, "Ding ding, the Nazi's dead, the wicked Nazi. Which old Nazi, the wicked Nazi?" And it's a report that he died. And then I said, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed today. The hate group, the Heritage Foundation, responsible for Project 2025, the fascist playbook designed to strip away all progressive policies and civil rights, fucking loved him. That says everything you need to know about how much Kirk was a pawn used to spread textbook and increasingly radicalized neo-Nazi hate speech under the guise of civility and patriotism. Here's an article about Kirk's death being rightfully compared to a Nazi who Hitler's party capitalized on as a martyr. In short, this is a block quote from that article. Wessel made a name for himself convincing working class people to join the Nazi party. Siemens said in an interview, he basically was a good bridge builder between traditional conservative leaders and theoretical Nazis, said Siemens. And that's what made him particularly useful after his death, as someone who could combine and bring people together posthumously. Here's another source aptly referring to him as our era's version of the American Nazi Party leader in the 1960s, who did the exact same method he did of going to college campuses and making himself appear respectable and willing to have conversations with opposing sides to prey on U.S. youth. Here's an openly neo-Nazi teen shortly after Kirk was murdered, openly threatening violence on innocent people, after the entire far-right media sphere erupted in assumptions of who his killer was, blaming folks like me and inspiring weeks of targeted harassment and threats. And finally, here's the Google Drive I created called Charlie's Fans, to document and organize an archive of the eugenic and fascist hate speech and threats that I received upon my life across every possible way to contact me for weeks after I told the truth about Kirk, during who Kirk was during his subtly, covertly, explicitly, overtly hateful ass life. See also this editorial about some ways Christian nationalism has been and continues to be weaponized to radicalize and mobilize folks into neo-Nazism and fascism. And for solidarity, I shared an article from incarcerated folks. It's called Prison Radio, and it talks about everything I just said from an abolitionist perspective. But I digress. These fuckfaces ended their dreadful far-right double creature feature with Kirk providing their viewers Turning Point USA resources and eugenic-minded suggestions. First, Kirk said his organization, Turning Point USA, was offering legal help from legal experts to students who apparently want exemptions so that they can not protect themselves against a sickening, disabling, and deadly virus at all costs. His second recommendation began with an admonishment of Republican legislators who, in his view, didn't do enough to ensure there were religious exemptions for C-19 vaccines. How awful of politicians within our eugenic society to not do more to ensure their constituents harm themselves and others within their jurisdiction. Third, he said Turning Point USA would do a massive PR campaign to put pressure on Republican governors to make sure state universities don't mandate these C-19 shots. In doing so, he quite clearly and deliberately rhetorically established himself and his organization as advocates for assumed silent students who he presumed hid alone and afraid. Remember, he did this same advocacy spin last time, and his favorite white cis woman doctor also alleged that her patients were self-censoring in the episode of his podcast that I went over at length in the prior issue. Kirk had a pattern of making himself seem like a hero while he propagandizes his viewership into genuinely harmful ideas. Finally, he referred back to his diabolically manipulative rhetorical move of a medical apartheid, positioning the COVID vaccines against having freedom as a U.S. citizen. To close this anti-vax segment, Carlson, for the final time, repeated his three lies that his viewers don't want, don't need, and that they could be hurt by the COVID-19 vaccines. This issue in particular pissed me the fuck off because I see now just how deeply invested in spreading COVID-19 denialist discourse by perverting bodily autonomy and freedom that Charlie Kirk really was. It was more than I ever had any idea. At the end of the day, both of these fucks autonomously chose to be fucking grifters who catalyzed the eugenic and fascist uprising within the Western world. That was issue 9, autonomy. We got 4 more. I'm gonna take a pee break. I recommend that everyone get up and do some stretches and be a human being. Maybe grab a little snack, and then we'll read the final 4 issues. We are back to read the final 4 issues of my newsletter mini-series on Substack about Charlie Kirk's legacy of hate called The Context. These last 4 issues I've never read on live before, and they really showcase the Charlie Kirk that the mainstream conservative pundits referred to as a godly man. Really keep that in mind as I read them, because with his increased funding that was already dramatic, and his exposure to increasingly fascist politic, it becomes significantly clear why people refer to him as a neo-Nazi. The rest was just sort of like child's play in comparison. Anyway, this issue is called Issue 10, Speechless, and I published it the March 30th, and it goes like this. Throughout this series so far, we have seen Kirk make suspicious moves, regardless of his intention. In this issue, we look at his January 6th deposition, demonstrating that he knew when not to speak. On May 24th, 2022, Charlie Kirk attended his January 6, 2021 deposition, in which he repeated, "I am invoking my Fifth Amendment right," 65 times, about the 8,000 pages of documents that Turning Point USA's involvement in their far-right attempted coup on January 6th. As was overviewed, within the deposition documents, I included throughout. So this is one where you probably would benefit from reading along. Kirk arranged bus transportation there, texted with January 6 organizers like Carolyn Wren about wire transfers for investments from Publix heiress Julie Francelli, etc. But you better believe that Kirk did not want to be there at all. He made it clear he was only there virtually that day after he had turned down a voluntary interview, meaning they subpoenaed him so he would provide testimony that day on WebEx. In other words, this particular issue of The Context answers a long-awaited contestation about Kirk's ethical alignment. While reading these documents, the verdict becomes clear regarding how cold and calculated he was. Kirk knew when he should or should not speak. Although we do not have the name of the person who interrogated him, whoever they were began their questioning by asking him if he deleted text messages. When Kirk refused to respond, this person then proceeded to provide evidence that he directed people inquiring about the rally to call him instead of communicating about it via text. A suspicious choice of his, don't you think? What did he have to hide? As folks can see below on pages 11 to 12, the interrogator then revealed evidence demonstrating that Kirk wanted funding, $1.25 million to be exact, allegedly not for January 6th, on December 27th, only to accept it to mobilize social media influencers to the attempted coup and expand Turning Point USA's general reach the following day. And then I have a screenshot of page 11 of his deposition, where he claimed no money for January 6th would be allocated from public heiress Francelli's $1.5 million investment to Turning Point USA. And then another screenshot from page 12 from his deposition, where it shows him wanting $1.25 million of Francelli's money to be dedicated to social media influencers mobilized to DC to the January 6th coup on January 6th. This is fascinating because the day of the rally, Wren also urged far-right opportunist propagandists like Ali Alexander and Node conspiracy InfoWars bigots like Alex Jones to speak. However, they were deemed too radical to be on the event stage. Yet another example of the ways the radicalized right choose who and what to platform and when. As folks can see in the following screenshot of his almost entirely silent testimony, Kirk also expressed disbelief about Trump speaking at the event and disclosed that he wouldn't be. Stick a pin in that for later because the interrogator brings up a good point why. Another example of Kirk knowing damn well and when not to speak. And then I have a screenshot of page 13 of his deposition, where he says he's not speaking at the January 6th riot and accusing him of not attending because he knew it would become violent. Then this investigator showed that only just under $85K was for January 6 buses, revealing that another $60K was used to pay both Donald Trump Jr. and Kimberly Guilfoyle, his fiance, and a fundraiser for Trump's 2020 press campaign, to keynote speak, and other strategic, advisory, and promotional related organizational needs. Remember what I told you to put a pin in earlier? On the prior page, as well, the Integrator implied that Kirk did not attend because he knew it'd be violent. While we cannot know this for sure, that would make perfect sense. He financially facilitated the funding of literal buses and then threw his own supporters under them. Next, whichever redacted person questioned Kirk during this deposition referred to a screenshot from archive.org of a post of his that he'd since deleted. He'd originally posted it on Twitter. It was about mobilizing over 80 buses to the January 6th riot. And then I have a screenshot of his deposition, page 21, that shows he posted and then deleted that he mobilized over 80 buses to the January 6th attempted coup in Washington, D.C., as well as Turning Point's Tyler Bauer emailing Nathan Martin of Stop the Steal. Allegedly, Kirk deleted this as a correction, and they only ended up sending 7 buses to Washington. But as folks can see above, they also funded 2 buses for another $17.7 thousand affiliated with Nathan Martin and Ali Alexander's Stop the Steal, which again is an online disinformation campaign that lied that Biden only won and Trump lost the 2020 election because the results were fraudulent. Fuck Biden too, but come on. And then I have a screenshot of the deposition, page 22, detailing his connection to hateful disinformation propagandists of Stop the Steal, Nathan Martin, and Ali Alexander. Over the last 5 years, it has become clear that January 6th was a fascist inside job. And this fact is only further strengthened by reviewing Charlie Kirk's 2022 deposition, showing the effort that he put forth to obfuscate his sinister involvement in the event. Especially the amount of text-based chats that he'd clearly deleted to hide who he was. In fact, the morning of January 6th, he'd broadcast that he allegedly didn't support rioters' breach of the Capitol's security perimeters, yet in an email response that he sent on January 21st, he admitted that Trump inciting riots that day was the honest truth. And then I have a screenshot of his deposition, page 24 and 25, where he responded to a fan calling him weak, and him responding that Trump honestly incited the attempted coup at the Capitol. The final piece of evidence mentioned within Kirk's almost silent testimony was an email in which he resigned from Trump's advisory 1776 commission on January 9th, 2021. This year of Kirk's legacy in particular signaled a turning point in his eagerness from grabbing as many eyes and ears as possible to mis- and disinform youth in the ways he had been, to him beginning to learn about the price of his indecent exposure. As discussed within issue 2, Digital Footprint, he was always afraid of being seen. Not seen by a band of disproportionately white conservative or neoliberal audiences, but really seen for who he was, below the surface, behind a screen, in deleted footage. At this point in his life, he was increasingly radicalized into calculated, orchestrated, and well-funded bigotries, while working hard to appear shame and blameless for it all. He knew when to speak, when to be spoken to, and how and when to cover his tracks. He had old money funding, networks, alibis, and even more overtly hateful fall guys to blame, like Nick Fuentes and Ali Alexander and those motherfuckers. Kirk played his role as a good Christian man, peddling normal everyday white supremacy that similarly indoctrinated moderates heard and received as palatable. It seemed like the perfect plan. MAGA supporters of all kinds also believed in a war on white people. Who cares if Kirk's Turning Point USA and Dark Enlightenment fuckface Curtis Yarvin's Claremont Institute bust people to their attempted fascist coup on January 6, 2021? They all thought. Kirk must have felt invincible. Interestingly enough, 2021 was also the same year that he'd launched Turning Point Faith to mobilize U.S. pastors. You know, the same organization that launched the Make Heaven Crowded 2026 tour? Anyway, I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Let's look at the facts. Only a few months prior, Kirk also hosted an episode of his show, Debate Night, where he had invited an anti-fascist professor on to argue that systemic racism doesn't exist. He packaged easily debunkable lies in a clickbait title claiming he'd schooled them, while belittling the fact that U.S. white supremacist humans enslaved black folks founded imperialist white supremacist capitalist patriarchal biases to build this evil-ass nation. Once again, this asshole was a lot more involved in a major act of violence than a lot of folks probably realized or gave him credit for on the surface. And much like, and thanks to fuckers like him, the Trump administration has been covering their tracks about the true nature of the attempted coup that they worked to wage on January 6th. It's clear they didn't need to do that anymore because they are fully on the inside now. Also, thank you for the gifts, HKaz. How you doing? In other words, Kirk spoke in white lies his mostly white audiences approved of, and he knew when to stay quiet to protect his own ass. But that didn't work forever, did it? We must judge Charlie Kirk for both his spoken hate speech and his silent complicity. We can't ever know his intent, and it doesn't matter. He's speechless now forever. So that was issue 10, Speechless. Easily the shortest issue. And as you can guess, now we got issue 11, Color Blindness. This one's pretty long, but it's because of the length of the grifting. You'll see. Anyone that's just popping in or scrolling by, I am reading my newsletter series about Charlie Kirk's Legacy of Hate, where I went year by year by year from 2012 until 2025, and I detail Charlie Kirk's radicalization into neo-Nazi rhetoric and the way that he mobilized Gen Z youth and most of the US moderate and conservative public to believe in white supremacy. I published this issue on the 3rd of this month, so just, like a week ago. or no, a few days ago. I don't know what day it is. 3 days ago, I published it. And it goes like this. 2023 was the year that Charlie Kirk called the Civil Rights Amendment a mistake and affirmative action a racist policy. This issue will contextualize why that's colorblind racist as fuck. On January 9th, 2023, Charlie Kirk claimed that the term white privilege is racist. On February 20th, 2023, he disregarded racial profiling, sexual gun violence, and lynching while prioritizing a well-known tool of white supremacy, rhetorics of civility and or respectability politics, first coined by Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham in 1993. Anyone living honestly knows that systemic violence is violence, even when it's done politely. Rates of homelessness, incarceration, substance abuse, hunger, and health disparities make that abundantly clear. At the end of the day, any white person with a backbone can admit that they've taken part in or seen U.S. racisms. Folks may or may not have heard of everyday discriminations referred to as microaggressions, but we also need to be honest about the fact that those often dismissed moments of harm intersect and compound with all other forms of systemic disenfranchisement. But Charlie Kirk sure as fuck wasn't while he was alive. In fact, as I've shown in each prior issue of The Context, he deliberately ignored systemic racisms that white supremacists built into U.S. infrastructures as features, while directly benefiting from them in every conceivable way. He was paid the big bucks by sadistic billionaires, too. That's why 2023 Kirk stated that the Civil Rights Amendment was a mistake. That was your godly man. Only a coward denies the entirety of colonial capitalist history to cash a fucking check. Or a fucking neo-Nazi. And with what I've seen, I can confidently say Kirk was both. Throughout my life, I have seen countless white folks pretend like racism is a lot more simple than it is to escape accountability for their own racist actions. Racisms are something that those bad white people do, not them, not us, never. We'd have too much to lose if we admitted the amount of times we acted or didn't correct racisms. Our loved ones are good people. They just tell jokes. They just share opinions. It would be a bit too self-reflective for most of us to bear the full truth about our participation. In this exact way, and even more sinister ones, to colorblind racists like Kirk, racisms only happened in the past, or are something that white folks now allegedly experience because white folks graciously stopped enslaving black folks and ended Jim Crow segregation and ugly laws by legalizing slavery, god damn it, I gotta drink water, I think, by legalizing slavery in for-profit prisons. Obviously, he didn't admit that. That's just me providing context. Or we blame black and brown individuals for systemic anti-blacknesses that continue. It's always meritocracy this, meritocracy that, but whatever you do, don't pay any mind to the sadistic billionaires who steal and hoard wealth from our labor and or exploit, especially the global south, to death with intergenerational Nazi money. White women in particular have long been known to enact racisms in their own way because, as intersectionalists have documented for decades, oppressions are complex and popular neoliberal identity politics and identity reductionisms are failing us all. As a result of being born into this racist world, we must work to be anti-racist as a lifelong practice, meaning regardless of intention, we all internalize racist biases on the basis of anti-blackness. Therefore, we spend our lives unpacking anti-blackness. And then I have a picture of Omi and Winant's racial formation in the United States. For instance, Bonilla Silva, in their book Racism Without Racists, outlines that many modern racists, like Kirk, often utilize colorblind racist ideologies. Think back to our prior issue where he also lied that U.S. citizenry wasn't defined by whiteness. It was. And then I have a cover of Bonilla Silva's book also. In colorblind racist minds, nothing in the past influences anything in our present, which is absolutely foolish at best and truly ignorant and evil at worst. Which is an absolutely foolish at best and truly ignorant and evil at worst claim. What an amazing fantasy land to live in where white folks can escape accountability. I personally do not trust a single white person I've ever met who claims they haven't participated in racisms. And as someone who has dedicated over 15 years to learning about anti-racism, I can often tell by listening to how white folks speak what they still need to unlearn. The ways white folks often use language demonstrates the level at which we understand how oppressions interweave throughout our world. In that, our word choices are often subconscious and conscious processes that reveal our knowledge, priorities, and what sort of world we imagine building together, or if we want to at all. The descriptors that we use reinforce specific narratives, our own understandings of power and control, hegemony and agitation, and imagined possibilities or constraints. In time, they always reveal whether or not we hold reformist or revolutionary politics. For example, according to Kirk, white folks are victims for their race as a result of systemic racisms they built into the U.S. Foundation and later amended. He, of course, didn't admit the latter. He just hollowly victimized white folks. The first video I linked to this issue provides evidence of that. Anyway, as a fascist doorman, part of his job description was propagandizing this myth, so he isn't the only white person to believe it. And his and other fuckers like him grifting worked so much that on May 5th, 2023, he called affirmative action a racist policy, and then the following month, the conservative-stacked Supreme Court overturned it on June 29th. To be clear, I'm not saying Kirk caused that fully, but he definitely contributed to the discourses that inspired those indoctrinated judges to do that, because Kirk was a massively funded colorblind racist propagandist, and the Supreme Court's overturning was the epitome of a colorblind racist U.S. decision. In other words, the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action to reassert a white supremacist myth that it would be fairer for colleges and universities to simply ignore race in their admission processes. This only makes sense if you ignore that racist logics were built into every one of us, our institutions, our medias, and our practices as features. Again, racisms have little to do with intention and everything to do with the fact that U.S. infrastructures themselves reinforce color-paved racisms and all other eugenics biases. All of this in mind, and as discussed in issue 10, is also why Kirk's covert and overt neo-Nazi ass repeated the white supremacist Great Replacement theory. He'd grown increasingly radicalized into white supremacist rhetorics until he died. Because again, Kirk's racisms had little to do with his intention. His lifelong white supremacist mindset and words speak for themselves. He served as a colorblind racist puppet of sadistic billionaires who paid him to spread foundational white supremacist Christian nationalism, radicalizing Gen Z youth into a U.S. society that normalizes abuse, dehumanizations, incarcerations, exploitations, SANSV, and devastations. This is why Kirk repeated hate speech while claiming it doesn't exist. What he did during his life was nothing new. As I showed in last issue, many neo-Nazis did it before him. Abusers follow patterns that manifest in everything from personal dynamics to legislation. They claim that verbal abuse doesn't exist while using it to harm us. Their normal violences escalate into physical and sexual violences, just like hate speech. Hence why the US has exceptionally high rates of hate crimes it claims aren't hate crimes, as well as absurdly high rates of underreported and uncriminalized sexual violences. This is also why Kirk's abusive fans lash out and blame shift to those of us who tell the truth about who he was, instead of taking accountability for ways they are abusive too. Because motherfuckers like Charlie Kirk escalate and escalated stochastic terrorism against our most vulnerable groups. He mobilized his fan base to target, harass, and ruin professors and researchers' livelihoods who dedicate their lives to speaking out against violences. So by the time he died, they were primed and ready to target, harass academics like me. And both J.D. Vance and Trump's eugenics and fascist asses followed in his footsteps, categorizing environmentalists and liberationists as fucking terrorists, while they excuse young Republican text-based hate speech, rape children, and are destroying our planet. They called for over 600 of us who told the truth about this fuckface to be fired. At the end of the day, it's completely and utterly fucking obvious that Kirk did and said endless racist shit, if you know what racism actually is. But the United States has deliberately miseducated and disinformed most of us from birth about everything from comprehensive sexual to racial education. So we either don't fucking know, and or everyone excuses taken for granted racisms framed as jokes, common sense, or casual conversation, or we're either too big of cowards or prideful to admit the fact that we've spent our lives taking part in and excusing away everyday racist discourses. Charlie Kirk, a white guy straight out of a Midwest high school, was exactly that, except he willfully chose to spend his lifetime utilizing knowledge of both millennial-era experiences, student loan debt, housing crises, etc., and trends, social media apps and influencers, etc., to spread hateful propaganda while claiming it didn't fucking exist. His outspoken cis-heterosexisms were just another product of his colonial capitalist upbringing. Meaning, regardless of intention, he reinforced religious queer phobias, because whiteness as a phenomena was created to control our bodies and our minds. And yes, that is why colonial capitalist binary thinking is so fucking harmful. Black and white thinking is used to demonize folks who have been historically and intentionally targeted. And colonizers do that by identifying specific bodily categories created and maintained through language to control our fucking lives. They demand that we are this or that, to distract from the fact that we are all endless fucking capacities when we are allowed, through the magic of language, to live that. Instead, colonizers established foundational US racisms as the norm, and they did so by dehumanizing indigenous and black folks' bodies, cultures, and minds. Hook's work about the black femme body and the tenuousness of colonial gender, because of the way that imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy genders black folks differently, details this at length. Lord's work about the erotic as power also spoke alternatives to our violent norms, as does Adrienne Marie Brown's pleasure activism. Over hundreds of years, foundational US white supremacists used colonial capitalist logics and resultingly violent practices to be like, we decided that if you're black or brown, you aren't a person or civilized, and all of y'all actually have to be in cis heterosexual monogamous relationships. If we assign you female, you don't get any semblance of financial independence or bodily autonomy, because our male God that we made in our image said so, and if you don't do what we say, you're going to hell and we'll literally rape and fucking kill you, you fucking heathen. And guess what that created? Endless racist cis heterosexisms, and cis men who express their deep-seated gendered confusion and shame in the form of Pam Bondi's husband, sissy fetish, etc. I am reading my newsletter, so I'm not accepting guests, but thank you for your support. Real talk though, as my work and many critical cultural folks have before me documents, sexuality is the place we express societal taboos. And in societies that stigmatize and control us through colonial capitalist logics and practices, that manifests in sometimes volatile, other times quite silly ways. The point is that intergenerational trauma research is groundbreaking for a reason, because it connects what motherfuckers like Charlie Kirk work to keep hidden and or erased. For example, too many of us have been deliberately taught to forget that many, if not most of our ancestors were not deemed white enough when they first arrived here. Therefore, many abandoned our cultures, assimilating into whiteness to benefit. It wasn't all roses, but to deny that white privileges persist to this day is fucking bullshit. U.S. whiteness operates through eliminating rich culture and false claims to neutrality, and Kirk chose to follow the age-old colorblind racist playbook as a paid race grifter, while simultaneously using Abrahamic religion as a shield to cover himself in claims to civility. In that way, Charlie Kirk was a civil war embodied, and it got him killed. In life, he took paychecks to stoke culture wars. Thank you. So in death, fascists called him a martyr. And I have zero fucking respect for him, anyone who excuses him and or any and all of his obviously racist ass bullshit. He debated like some kind of demented ass Pokemon. His propaganda campaigns, anti-communism, C-19, and racism denial, etc., continue to cause the US public to hurt ourselves in confusion. And in part, his colorblind racist ass media presence enabled Trump's fascist regime to regain power. Now dead Charlie Kirk was matter-of-factly a terrible fucking person, and anyone who knows full US history and how discriminatory language works fucking saw and heard that. We will not allow his fans to pretend that he wasn't a hateful piece of shit in attempts to soothe their complicit resonance with his hate speech they call and called truth. That was issue 11, colorblindness. We got two more. My voice has come back somehow, even though I've continued reading, which I feel like goes against all reason, but I am here for it. Okay. Next we got issue 12, called Living Truth or Die Lying, which I published yesterday at like 1 in the morning. So really like 2 days ago I wrote it, but hell yeah, thank you. I need that. It goes like this. If we're good and lucky, the world remembers us for who we choose to be when we're alive. If we're bad and unlucky, the world remembers us for keeping grifter company and dying a terrible fucking liar. By 2024, Charlie Kirk was back on campuses, this time with grifter Candace Owens. Keep in mind, 99% of what I'm about to recount and contextualize this issue was her and Kirk talking over their guest and then blame shifting systemic oppressions onto individual Black and gender marginalized folks, as both neoliberals and conservatives are known to do to evade inherent contradictions of colonial capitalism. This issue's chosen YouTube clip, pulled fresh from the Internet Archive, began with a Black femme guest coming up to their event mic that was set up to, presumably, publicly humiliate college students. Their guest listed their qualifications as a veteran and student, and Owens immediately let them know she didn't care. The attendee brushed off Owens' abusive comment and said they'd come up to speak about how white privilege exists. Remember, because last issue we went over how Kirk lied that it doesn't. As a result of the 250 years of US white supremacist enslavement and Jim Crow segregation laws, resulting in colonial capitalist white supremacist biases that persist to this day. Owens responded that Black folks had allegedly done better or were outpacing white folks under the Jim Crow era compared to 2024. This is, of course, not only total bullshit, aka a common myth used to blame shift systemic racism onto Black folks, but in typical grifter fashion, while lying about that, Owens also referred to Black folks as an objectifying descriptor, only to then patronize the guest about caring about that when they asked her to please not use that dehumanizing language choice. That exchange began a string of many other abusive ones that were awful to watch. Their guest then retorted that the only time that may have been true was before the KKK came in and effectively destroyed Black communities, Black Wall Street, etc. Before we get into the rest of this thankfully rather brief but still insufferable clip, let's take a second to learn about how these two fuckers even know each other, shall we? Owens and Kirk met at a political conference in Florida in 2017. Or they met at multiple, you know what I mean. Shortly after Trump won the presidential election in 2016, to Charlie Kirk's surprise. Then on, Owens worked as the communication director for Turning Point USA, alongside him brainwashing the youth. So she had been alongside him since 2017, lockstep. Just think about that, based off of, if you read, it's like when you watch a movie and then you find out an ending that blows your fucking mind, and then you rewatch it and you're like, oh my God, I notice things now that that obviously was alluding to, foreshadowing. That's how I feel about this shit. knowing that fucking Candace Owens was alongside working as the communications director for Turning Point USA since 2017. Thinking about what Charlie Kirk said about black folks since especially 2017. That's fucking ridiculous. I was like, oh my, wow. Then on, Owens worked as the, I just said that. I'm still just like, oh wow. Other than being another millennial conservative opportunist, just like him, Owens was also a college dropout who chose to prioritize business over learning about this country's actual history and systemic violences. Candace Owens and I are actually the same age, so I know that she's had plenty of chances to learn, she's just chosen not to. She's not the first black femme opportunist, and she probably will not be the last. She does, however, accurately name U.S. neoliberal racisms, as well as their lack of appropriate action, and is apparently not fond of two-party system voting, which are valid criticisms of the system. Based upon what I've seen and heard about her, she just doesn't understand or care to learn the real reason why, just like Kirk didn't. And I discussed that confusion at length in the first few issues of this exact series. Either way, Owens has been an abusive asshole and an outspoken conservative shill for years now. She's also extremely fatphobic, aka body terrorism, and a known anti-black racist black person. Kirk latched onto all of this to use against black folks too, meaning he chose to gaslight and humiliate many black folks with anti-black lies that countless moderate and even more conservative white folks saw black folks say. And his fan base showed up religiously to watch him try to humiliate black folks with them. Again, our domestic abuses follow patterns of our systemic discriminations. No, exactly, yes. And it's like, this issue, I get into that like extensively, but yeah, it's tragic, but also so fucking sinister. Like, so to no one's surprise, by 2024, these two well-known conservative grifters were once again pushing individual responsibility onto black folks for systemic racisms. I just got a fucking restriction for 10 minutes. Okay. Owens did this by alleging that trillions in government handouts and a black president, aka Obama, didn't solve inequities inherently built into this imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal system, implying that it must be black folks' fault because neoliberal band-aids didn't solve infrastructural racisms. As discussed at length in the prior issue, that's racist fucking bullshit, and she should be ashamed. But she wasn't, because she willingly degrades black folks for a $5 million net worth. $5 million. That's how much she's gained from being a grifter. No, I know, me too. The Southern Poverty Law Center even lists her activities as part of their hate watch, including the 22-count defamation lawsuit French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife filed last year because she's catalyzed global statistic terrorism against them. She is dead set on arguing that his wife was born an assigned male at birth. Like, she's being transphobic to his cis woman wife. And they've sued for 22 counts of defamation about it, among other things. This, of course, includes anti-feminist and cis heterosexist comments. As mentioned in the prior issues, Owens policing black women's gender is anti-black because of the way that colonizers have dehumanized and objectified black women throughout this nation's history, and the way that this persists to this day, like white privilege does. To deny that is to ignore the violences deliberately orchestrated against black femmes. Owens, being a black cis woman herself, does not fucking excuse her harm. In fact, in ways, it arguably makes her decision to do what she does so much worse. Critical scholars throughout history have written about the ways that neoliberals and conservatives have both thrown the black community under the metaphorical bus to only benefit themselves. Candace Owens has done exactly that because she refuses to acknowledge the systemic racisms that persist. And that harms the black community because white folks believe and repeat her racist bullshit. She's tokenized to excuse away taken for granted white supremacist myths. In her own way, Owens has done exactly what white folks and our ancestors did. She's assimilated into U.S. whiteness. This exists on the flip side of identity reductionisms and alongside homo-nationalism. And then I have covers of Jasbir Puar's books called Terrorist Assemblages, where she talks all about the way that queerness has been co-opted by imperialism to reinforce itself on a global scale. Think like Is Not Real's campaigns to paint out Palestine as hella homophobic while claiming that it is accepting of queer people, while also committing genocide. This is like a very well-documented phenomena. The Democratic Party also does this, and do the Republican parties. They both claim that they're in favor of utilizing queer folks in a tactic to reinforce their hate, to try to divert away from the way that they are horribly cis-heterosexist. Colonial capitalists design our systems to reinforce themselves by whatever means necessary, including via co-opting seemingly progressive ideas into colonial rule. Because as discussed last issue, whiteness as a construct runs deeper than skin alone. It's about choosing to throw your cultural richness away to individually benefit at the expense of not only your own larger communities, but by sacrificing your humanity. What Candace Owens does is a form of public-facing broadcasted self-harm, because as above, so below. And I think Charlie Kirk being killed showed her the costs. Now the way that she's coping is posting many inflammatory conspiracy theories about it. Think about it. By disregarding colonial capitalist inequities, you remain disassociated, bastardizing embodied femininities, emotional expression and feelings, you remain violent towards others, hence why she's so volatile and abusive, and ecologically devastating, because her actions ripple out and are used by white supremacists like Kirk to ruin our planet. This is why after George Floyd was murdered, she lied that he died of a drug overdose. It should be no surprise that propagandists like her would amplify a 2021 lie like that, because around then, Kirk was also accustomed to spreading misinformation about communism, COVID-19, while cherry-picking doctors who support their bullshit. And she was his communication director for roughly 4 years at that point. She signed off on colonial capitalist rhetoric that he spread, mis- and disinforming the US public. Grifters are well paid by the billionaire class and conservative users who want them to chew up and spit out propaganda into their mouths, normalizing their hate speech. This is why, going back to the short clip of Kirk and Owens on some college campus, after their black femme guest responded that obviously black folks suffered after KKK attacks, Owens answered that KKK were Democrats, which is misinformation because they were both Democrats and Republicans. She either just genuinely doesn't know that or had chosen not to ever learn the reality that both major US parties are colonial capitalist. So of course they both work to reinforce white supremacy. Mind you, these two folks were talking simultaneously, so no one was listening to anyone, and Kirk was sitting there looking like the world's most awkward white man alive. Then, the guest reminded them that the US has had 44 white male presidents, and Owens argued, they sold you your oppression, and you're the reason folks like us can't do well, implying that systemic racism is a figment of black folks' imagination. Again, that's gaslighting, and mental illness is a common eugenic and fascist trope. That's the same neo-Nazi rhetoric that rationalized forced sterilization and genocide. Yet both US neoliberals and conservatives constantly repeat sanisms of that variety. Their attendee then added that if you acknowledge oppressions, you can heal. And Owens responded back, no, we can't. That's not how this works. And the guest understandably walked away from their mic entirely because fuck that bullshit. Then Candace Owens showed her cards by saying, dialogue and acknowledging things doesn't suddenly make us rich. To which the mostly white audience applauded. How ironic, don't you think, since she garnered $5 million from denying reality dialogue? If only folks there acknowledge that our issue is the billionaires instead of ignoring the fact that systemic racisms that this colonial capitalist system makes normal, we could start getting somewhere better. Instead, these grifters brushed off our US reality. Next, Kirk picked up the mic and asked, what can you do in America that a white person can do? Or what can't you do in America that a white person can do? You've served in the military. You've made good choices. You're getting rewarded for them. You're going to live in the American middle class. What privilege do I have that you don't have? That is based in skin color, not on wealth or socioeconomic status. And the guest responded, the fact that you are sitting here with little to no education trying to talk to people about white privilege is white privilege, which is true. As I detailed throughout the entirety of this series, Kirk was only there to prey on the US youth because he was a white guy who was funded young by billionaires after repeatedly shit-talking the first black president and appealing to moderate and conservative white audiences with everyday anti-black racist dog whistles more each year. He was there because he was the civil mouthpiece our white supremacist societies respect the most. Sighart's work on the authority gap demonstrates that extensively. And then I have the cover to their book from 2021. Kirk then replied, "Tell me one thing that I've said that's wrong and don't use an argument from authority." Mind you, I've heard countless of his fans on TikTok lives misuse that exact fallacy in the same way that he did there as someone with a PhD. To be so fucking clear, stating that you have credentials and or that someone else doesn't is not an appeal to authority. In fact, Kirk himself used an appeal to authority in issue 8 Sickness when he cherry-picked those 9 doctors to be on his podcast. That's a fucking appeal to authority, not what this black femme student was doing. This student simply stated a fact that neither Kirk or Owens earned college degrees. And while that doesn't mean that what they say is always wrong, it does mean they have substantially less likelihood of gaining access to skills and educational knowledge. Because in the US, literacy and access to education is kept behind fucking paywalls. That is a colonial and capitalist decision that white supremacist patriarchs made. So if they gave a fuck about changing that, they should be anti-colonial and anti-capitalist. But they aren't. So they go around doing and saying the total bullshit that they do. For example, why Kirk devalues arts and humanities degrees compared to business ones, and why both him and Owen disregard the absolute fucking fact of global systemic racisms. Their lack of knowledge about historical realities is a result of inaccessibility. Is that how the world should be? No, it's fucking not. So we need to change that shit. Anywho, immediately and ironically after this student mentioned that neither of them have college degrees, Owens got really defensive and said, "That's so elitist." And then in a mocking voice, she said, "I have a degree." And Kirk continued on to say, "Make a good argument. Don't cite your credentials." Again, it's not elitist to point out when someone simply doesn't have a college degree, because having a college degree or not doesn't make anyone better than anyone else. It does, however, dictate whether or not you have spent dedicated time educating yourself about a discipline. Although I can't speak for them, that's why that black femme student likely brought it up. Because realistically, not many average folks in the US gain access to the kind of bankroll that either of them had. And even with it, neither of them chose to seek out formal education or research skills. Even still, Kirk scheduled and posted up, propagandizing on thousands of college campuses without educational privilege. There are tons of folks who have no idea what they're talking about, flat earthers, etc., who go on college campuses and never garner the kind of audience his page shill ass did. And Kirk attracted an audience because he was a young white guy who folks will listen to. Not because he had anything worthwhile to say, if and when you know history, but because he spoke with the aggrandized confidence of a mediocre white guy, and he checked every box of biased US criteria regarding who is seen as a believable leader. That's why Owen's net worth was $5 million, and Kirk's was just over $12 million. Literally double! Anyway, back to this unpleasant clip of them on a college campus. Next, the students shared their life experience with them, and Candace Owens argued their experience doesn't mean anything, which didn't make any fucking sense, because experience is the only fucking thing that Kirk or Owens had to go off of, at all, LOL. How the actual fuck could she try to claim both formal education and experience are valueless? Those are literally the only 2 ways anyone learns anything ever in their entire life. It's comically absurd if you think about it, just how nonsensical that argument is. By saying that, she's effectively discredited the value of both her and Kirk's own work. And as a means of working against colonial capitalist dogma, I demonstrate that within my own creative work and critical media ecology, art activist academic framework. Anyway, if you couldn't tell, by this point in the clip, the situation had really devolved. Owens was being exceptionally manipulative, as anyone has come to expect from her. At the same time, Kirk asked their guest, "Name one thing that you can't do that I can do." And the guests tilted their head to the side, looking at him like, "Fucking really?" And then they correctly shared, "I don't know, I can't make a whole fucking dollar." And Kirk disagreed. "What, you can't? Why?" And then Owens grimaced in disgust at the truth and put her hands on her forehead, probably scrambling to think of complete and total propaganda bullshit to respond with, detracting from the fact that in 1967, black cis women were paid just 43 cents for every dollar that white non-Hispanic cis men were paid in the US. And the fact that by that year, 2024, it only gone up 30 cents. Said otherwise, What the guest said was true. Black cis women make 73 cents per dollar in comparison to white non-Hispanic men who held a high school diploma. But again, we live in a society that instead of acknowledging realities or valuing academic research that works to solve our imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal inevitabilities, we have motherfuckers like Kirk and Owens who tell students that the only thing that matters is business, not degrees that make society better for us. As I overviewed in my newest book, for years now, we have been experiencing an authority breakdown as breakthrough, where people, for both understandable and more nefarious reasons, have come to distrust authorities. For better and for worse, we aren't unquestionably looking to elders for answers like we used to. Social media has fundamentally changed our idea of where knowledge comes from, who creates it, and who consumes it. As have search engines like Google, especially now with imperfect, fabricated, and generally untrustworthy AI. These technologies have sold us a false impression that we know how to conduct academic research to the same degree as actual PhD-holding researchers. I remember witnessing the unfolding consequences of that as a professor for a decade. Undergraduate students are woefully unprepared to determine credibility within this oversaturated shitfuck of a system we're navigating. Also, what's up, Nina? Thank you for the gift. The sad reality is we are information oversaturated, and despite having environmentally devastating generated AI results at our fingertips, most of us do not have well-trained research skills to determine what sources are credible, what agendas folks might have in doing or saying what they do, and the know-how to fact-check whatever sources they pull to cherry-pick. That confusion is on fucking purpose, y'all. Foundational mis and disinformation has been stacked on top of with new medias creating the shitfuck we see today. Again, that's why most of us don't understand the colonial capitalist biases we repeat, because of the discriminatory and dehumanizing common sense that we have all been uniquely socialized into our whole fucking lives. To Candace Owens, I gotta drink water. This fucking issue was like the most stressful, I think, because it was just like unpacking layers and layers and layers of bullshit. Like it was, oh. I think I started it at like 4 o'clock 2 days ago and then finished it at like 4 in the morning. That's how long it took to like unpack this shit fuck. And it was like a 4-minute clip. That's how dense it was. Which is like, I understand why people are confused by it. I understand, because it's so many layers of lies. It's so many layers. Like, anyway, to Candace Owens' half credit, higher education definitely does have very big elitism problems, but not in the way either of them said it. I've shared about that in my work. But the fact is, we can't throw the higher education search for knowledge baby out with the corporatization bathwater, because otherwise we won't fucking survive. We do need to fundamentally change higher education, make it free for starters. And as key critical pedagogy scholars have written about for decades, we need to amend educational curricula so that it fosters societies that provide liberation for all and regenerate ecological symbiosis. We can and must build societies that we all deserve if we plan to survive the escalating ecological devastations our current systems create. Mainstream hyper-conservative colonial capitalist perspectives ignore climate crises entirely. Propagandists like Kirk and Owens reinforce disregarding reality entirely. They ignore the history, they ignore the present, and have ushered in eugenic and fascist discourses. That's why we're living this fucking mess now. We need to get honest with ourselves. It's also why we had 20-something Doge fucks slashing critical research funds. Anyway, Kirk asked their black femme guest, "You mean to tell me that in the military, women aren't paid the same as men for equal work?" And they responded, in the military, up until 2 years ago, women weren't even allowed to do most of the jobs that men can do. Kirk, of course, then ignored their experience as a veteran and demanded, "Answer the question, you just said you couldn't make $1." And then Owens wanted to talk, but Kirk was holding the mic tightly for a bit too long, and for a moment she actually looked very upset with him for not letting her take the mic. And then he realized and quietly apologized to her. "A bit too on the nose, white guy, LOL." That was the funniest part of the video for sure for me. As this happened, their guest continued on saying, "People in the military make a shit wage, but you're not ready to talk about that." And once again, they were fucking right. And then I provided a link to like 2025 wages for people in the military across different, different army and military and shit, the Navy and whatever. You'll notice in the provided link that it shows a raise that went into effect in 2025. Either way, the military-industrial complex is an exploitation. Yes, thank you. I couldn't find the word. Branch, exactly. Yeah, I'm like, the military, if you've heard of it. Either way, the military-industrial complex is an exploitation, essay, and death machine. Then Owens framed their current guest as a rad feminist, declaring, radical feminists lie, and they also sell. There's so many different ways they sell you your oppression, and she has purchased all of them today, to which Charlie Kirk open mouth guffawed. You should have seen him. It was literally Owens then repeated the lying pattern of ahistorical colonial capitalist bullshit again, just in a new form, i.e. she blame shifted by claiming that systemic cis heterosexisms are gender marginalized folks' individual choice-based fault. No, yeah, exactly. In other words, it was the same lie that they told in regard to systemic racism, just this time about sexisms. The black femme guest then spoke over her, saying, I bet he got paid more to be here than you did. And then they walked away again. LOL, I bet they were fucking right, too. Because again, we know that Kirk's net worth was over double Owens's to this day. Because think about it, Kirk's net worth was $12 million in 2025. And Candace Owens' net worth is $5 million now. Now! Wow. Instead of paying attention to the truth, this guest said, instead of paying attention to the truth, this guest said, Owens began listing off stereotypically feminine degrees as if they aren't integral contributions to our lives. Kirk chimed in when she quieted, engineering, business, finance, and then these two total fucking bullshitters both lied that the gender wage gap is a myth. And Owens ended by claiming folks purchase their oppression from the Democratic Party. LOL, it's so ridiculous you do have to laugh. As someone who's an outspoken critic of both Democrats and Republicans, it was sad to see a black woman be this lost in the sauce. Kirk ended by saying, what frustrates me is you served our country, which deserves to be applauded, and then you have lived a life of a victor, and you have the gumption to tell me you're a victim without evidence, claiming that what their guest said wasn't true when it was fucking true. Him simply delivering an inaccurate play-by-play as if it wasn't true when it was doesn't make his lie any more true. And his fans are so confused by his confidence, they don't care if he's right or wrong. They believed anything he said. Near the end of this shit show, he repeated his usual meritocratic bullshit, arguing that if people would just make good choices and, aka, work hard, they'd see those choices rewarded. Because he had no concept of the way that our valuation hierarchies are vicious cycles created and reinforced by human decision-making. He was so indoctrinated in colonial capitalist ideas or too well paid to care about improving society that he thought everyone should just become an engineer, business person, or financier. You know what I mean? It's funny because I just said that because that's the way that when I listen back to my Substack, that's how it's pronounced, but it sounds so bougie. You know what I mean? A financer. But what about the other jobs that our societies require to run? Don't those people deserve a livable and favorable fucking wage? You dead fucking asshole. He thought improving society for everyone didn't matter at all. To liars like Kirk, none of us deserve or deserved a fucking living wage unless we fully assimilate into colonial capitalism. And fuck him for that. The world will be better when that ideology dies with him. And get this shit. The clip ended hilariously with him claiming he isn't indoctrinated because he didn't go to college. As I've demonstrated comprehensively since issue 1, the sorry reality was his lack of formal education was why he disregarded his own indoctrination. Not because higher education was or is perfect, but because this world educates us into colonial capitalist biases that we come to take for granted as normal, so much so that unless we are trained to be more conscious of language, we often don't even recognize them when we speak them out of our lying fucking mouths. We either challenge or reinforce colonial capitalist indoctrination till our dying day, and Kirk chose the latter, to the extent that his final words before he died were racist. Good riddance. Those of us who remain alive must take up the challenges and opportunities that interdisciplinary research makes clear. Our current system normalized disembodiments, relational violences, and are killing our only fucking planet. We need to be fucking honest about that, because it's our responsibility to fix that shit. No, exactly. It's like, it makes no, like, even, like, that's what honestly upset me the most about this episode in particular, because it's like, how don't people see it? How don't people see how nonsense that is? Like, everyone on the planet can't just be a business person, a fucking engineer, or a fucking financier. Like, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make, our societies require other jobs. And to be like, well, if you don't go into those degrees, just expect to not have a livable wage? Like, that doesn't make sense. You are literally advocating for profit enslavement when you say that in a very obvious way. It's fucking ridiculous. And he believed it. They both believe it. Like, that's what conservatives say all the time. Like, it makes no fucking sense unless you have embraced such a dense level of inhumanity that you don't even hear how absurd you are. It's like, and to think that, like, because in these fucking events that they would hold, there would be thousands of people sitting behind their guests, applauding them when they would say it. So to think that, like, the general public could think that that's right is ridiculous. That is really upsetting. That's upsetting to think that there could be so many people who have embraced that level of inhumanity and just not see through it. Like, there's only one more issue left, and it is called hate crime. I published this yesterday. Really, I published it just at midnight, shortly after midnight. It is issue 13, and it goes like this. In this final issue of The Context, we find Charlie Kirk visiting the University of Tennessee and gaslighting a black freshman student about experiencing hate crimes by recycling rapist apologia. So everything that I've shared from 2012 until 2024 has prepared us for this moment. On June 3rd, 2025, Charlie Kirk visited the University of Tennessee to most prominently gaslight a black freshman student who'd experienced hate crimes there. Their 8-minute exchange was an accurate reflection of our failed U.S. legal system that hasn't prioritized updating legislation to properly criminalize these violences. As conservatives are notorious for, the First Amendment is often used as a shield to escape accountability for devastating colonial capitalist biases and hate-based crimes unless it incites threats of physical violence against folks in the group that it harms. With this in mind, Kirk asked the student what had happened to them, and they explained to them and 2,000 bystanders that they were walking, and then 4 white men, MAGA students, that then Kirk cut him off, making a bad joke the student ignored, continuing on to disclose. They drove by yelling, "Fuck you, N-word, bend over, queer." Kirk then asked, "So they said the N-word on campus to you?" And after the student verified that he'd heard their account correctly, then Kirk asked them, "Okay, so what happened to them when you reported them?" And the student replied that they didn't report it. And Kirk dismissed it, saying, "Oh, really? Okay, so maybe it didn't happen. I don't believe you. I'll be honest, I don't believe you. I think you're making it up." To repeat, Charlie Kirk told this black college student that MAGA youth, the exact group that Charlie had dedicated the last 13 years of his life to radicalizing into increasingly eugenic and fascist rhetoric, hate crimed them on their college campus by calling them racist and cis heterosexist slurs. And in response, Kirk denied that that happened at all. And then victim blamed, shamed, and gaslit them about being hate crimed. That's a terrible fucking person. That's not a godly man. That's a fucking abuser. This black student was obviously accustomed to having people dismiss away their experiences of systemic racisms and cis heterosexisms and everyday discriminations. They were Gen Z, the second generation born and raised on the imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal internet, full of all of the same hate speech they recounted. Our internet users have biases built into them as features like we all do. As first shown in the audio clip provided in issue 2, Kirk's biases were revealed not only through his distrust of SA victims and survivors, but also in his abusive behavior towards us. I have said it before and I'll say it again, if he was still alive, I can say with almost complete certainty that he'd be spending his time discrediting Epstein file victims. And that is despite the underreported and undercriminalized rates of SA and SV. The same trend applies to hate crimes. The laws vary by state and are treated as he said, she said. Complicitness in that violence is built into that gender description. In other words, it presumes a cis man rapist and a cis woman victim, where victims are gaslit out of receiving justice in systems that protect violent offenders, because most folks resonate with them more than their survivors. Their circumstances are even more tenuous when it comes to hate crimes, because this country doesn't acknowledge the reality that hate-based slurs like the N-word, etc., fall into hate crime territory. When you ask who that benefits, the answer is clear. It's white supremacist fucks. Think back to issue 4, political correctness. That's what leftists used it to mean before both neoliberals and even more conservative figures co-opted and ruined the term. To this day, this colonial nation disregards the reality of hate speech as a hate crime unless it incites violence. But even as someone who was threatened for weeks shortly after Charlie Kirk's death for telling the truth about his white supremacy, that falls short. Because the US legal system was made by and for imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchs with dehumanizing eugenic and fascist logics built in as features. That's why our legal system replicates verbally abusive domestic violence verbiage. This country belittles the abusive impact of verbal and emotional violences, while also not believing victims and survivors who come forward with acts of stalking, physical, or sexual violences. That's largely why we don't have sufficient criminalization of hate crimes. These dehumanizing colonial capitalist biases have been built into our family members, friends, lovers, propagandists, cops, legislation, and judges as US features. In my work, I've referred to the phenomena of taken for granted and pervasively normal institutional figures' reluctance and dismissal as requirement politics. I argue that this happens because, regardless of intention, we were all born into a world that was here long before we got here. So for better and for worse, we only know what we know, everything becomes normal in repetition, and everything is connected. Meaning, contrary to Kirk's bullshit claim at the end of last issue, we've all been socialized into this US system and often act as sleeper agents of systemic harms. For example, the authority gap collides with disrespect of especially disabled Black and brown gender marginalized bodily autonomy, normalizing our socio-sexual violences. And then those miseducated and disinformed people become all of our worldly leaders. That explains Kirk's mentality towards sexual violence survivors, as well as their hate crime victim, explaining why and how he belittled these two types of individual and systemic violence. That matters because we know that our most disenfranchised folks experience these violences the most. Whether we know it, whether he knew it, his disregard of that fact is an act of violence. No, exactly, yes, and I talk about that too. Because him perpetuating white supremacist dogma wasn't about intention, it's about his impact. And he was a financially inflated billionaire pawn whose words miseducated the masses. Who knows how many folks believed the mis and disinformation that he spewed? How many victims and survivors of rape and hate crimes has he harmed? As usual, we aren't able to pull the numbers on this kind of rippling media ecological influence. It falls into the same category as folks pretending that COVID-19 cases don't exist or matter because our governments stopped providing tests and or counting them. Meaning to claim that it somehow means neither fucking happened would be naive at best and violent at worst, because unreported crimes are still fucking crimes. Think about it. If you were raped or hate crimed and some asshole like Kirk disagreed, if you were raped or hate crimed, some asshole like Kirk disagreeing doesn't change that. And any society that disbelieves survivors by default is a violent failure because it harmed us by normalizing violence and not providing us justice. Plus, research shows that folks who don't come forward to report mostly don't because of the way our societies are known to socially persecute victims and survivors, while legally, lawyers, legislation, judges protect perpetrators. It's often more re-traumatizing to report acts of violence in the system than is useful to seek justice. Research makes clear that the vast majority of violent perpetrators walk free among us. The only folks who don't know that by now remain willfully ignorant or are paid shills. Often they've been miseducated and disinformed by opportunists with rapist minds and mouths like Kirk, who repeat colonial capitalist propaganda knowingly or not. This goes deeper than you might think. For instance, a price of living in a society that values quantification, as in like stats, and documentation is bastardization of our spoken experiences. Don't get me wrong, writing things down can be a memory and life-saving practice. What I'm referring to is that the worship of the written word is an often overlooked and bureaucratically standardized tenet and or tool of white supremacy. It says the only ideas or acts of violence that matter are written or vetted by established authorities. That's exactly what colonizers did to indigenous folks when they arrived to Turtle Island. They said, you don't have a civilization because we said so, and we wrote that down. It's what the world continues to do to Black, Roma, and many other folks on the basis of anti-Black racism, xenophobia, and any other type of identity-based hatred. Folks had rich cultures and civilizations before the English written word dominated. But if you talk to the average US citizen, they disagree because of white supremacy. On a global scale, travelers and nomads had largely pre-literate and oral cultures, as in like they spoke out loud. Oh, thank you for the confetti. Meaning they kept their mother tongue sacred and spoke to retain their knowledge. This was and is an act of protection from assimilation into colonial establishments. In response to this type of truth-keeping, colonizers exerted control, thinly cloaked in rhetorics of melting pot, civility, and objectivity to rationalize their power. We've all heard that when you control the pen, you control understanding entirely. That's because, for better and for worse, medias, including language, aren't neutral. They were built by biased humans with different priorities and covert and overt agendas. For these reasons, historically intentionally targeted groups resist to survive. And one way many do is through repeating spoken truths recognized as such, not because they're written down and stamped or signed by some fucking colonizer who says they're in charge, but because folks are understood and respected as a credible source of their own experiences. Relatedly, ever since the 2016-2017 #MeToo campaign, assholes spread plenty of mis and disinformation about false rape reports, even though that's statistically rare. Nevertheless, for years, propaganda spread a myth that cis men were being witch hunted. Any accountability for their violences immediately registered as a threat. Kind of like how in this male-centric world, the global loneliness epidemic experienced by everyone was misrepresented as a male loneliness epidemic. All of this harkens back to our systems associating our minds with masculinity, our bodies with femininity, and as a result, disrespecting all our emotions, voices, and bodies uniquely by default. Hence why in 2026, we're only just beginning to grapple with rates of male SA and SV, and most discourses still refer to Epstein file victims as only feminine descriptors. The cis heterosexism in our lexicon die fucking hard, y'all. Our invalidating discourses lie about SA and SV, and hate crimes both stem back to foundational and colonial disrespect of nurturing characteristics colonizers deemed feminine, as well as our bodies and voices. The colonial gender binary forces us into one box or the other, hypermasculinity or hyperfemininity, and if we don't fit, we're socially fucked. Ohio literally just passed a bill reintroducing gendered clothing discrimination, proving my point. Colonial capitalist race and gender-based biases have inclined both intergenerational trauma and intergenerational perpetration. Our ancestors suffered as we continue to, because whether our various US ancestors were enforcers of or subjected to white supremacist acts of violence, the harm of taking part in them lives on in our bodies. Just as white privileges and the authority gap continue, real social consequences of challenging colonial capitalist social order do too. There are tangible prices to pay, because as I've repeated 6,000 times, this system reinforces itself by design, which is all to say, spoken and unspoken truths are still fucking true. And Kirk can go fuck himself in hell for implying otherwise. That's a total slap in the face of victims everywhere. To police mire anyone's righteous rage about injustices is really fucked. Only those who completely disregard how language builds our worlds think like that. And that line of thought is a marker of a deeply indoctrinated and self-hating person. Our learned disrespect of our own lived experiences, bodies, relationships, and the planet manifest into internalized bodily shame as well as projected victim blame. When we disrespect others' lived experiences, we disrespect their humanity entirely. In that way, Kirk was consistent in his dehumanization of disenfranchised groups. He blame-shifted systemic violences onto victims and survivors of this inequitable nation. I just got restricted again for the same bullshit. I'm not harassing anyone. I'm just telling the fucking truth, internet. Who would am I harassing Charlie Kirk? I don't think he cares anymore. He was He was little more than a discourse cop, blaming us for experiencing US violences. Make no mistake, that thought loop he frequently recycled is an act of violence itself. Blaming victims for harm that violent offenders of any kind subjected them to is a product of our lack of comprehensive sexual and racial education. We can, and must change that. Until then, these miseducated and disinformed patterns will remain firmly lodged into United States folks' minds as features. That's why rape is framed as a joke, lynchings are called suicide, and there are millions of fucking Epstein files. Anyway, Charlie Kirk continued on to tell this black college student who clearly and matter-of-factly experienced hate crimes on their campus that he refused to believe that somebody on that campus would go around and sheepishly call them the N-word. And he outright admitted that he thought that this student had made it all up. Anyone that has been on the internet or around young white folks knows that it's true. And Kirk was the key figure who mobilized these MAGA fucks. He was repulsed at the reflection of his own monstrous creations to the point he denied their hate crimes. This motherfucker had no good reason to believe that this student would lie about a hate crime, besides his indoctrination into white supremacy. He just served as an agent of white supremacist Christian nationalist order, and thus inhumane chaos, inclining him to police folks' identities and bodies, and disrespect our overall bodily autonomy. Back to the horrible Charlie Kirk clip, his black college student guest shared that same night, another similar group also threatened to rape them and then drove off. Kirk responded to that tragic share by feigning disbelief that it happened as well, claiming that most MAGA supporters are white cis heterosexual men, saying that, "I think you're making this up." Mind you, a bunch of white college kids are behind the black student's back laughing. It was total fucking bullshit and insulting to victims everywhere. And let's get one thing crystal fucking clear. What Charlie Kirk stated there is a known rape apologist myth. We've known since the 70s that rape isn't so much about sexual attraction as it is about enacting power, domination, anger, humiliation, and control. Then Kirk asked the student what evidence, corroborating witnesses, cameras, license plate numbers they had of their hate crimes. Which is such a bullshit fucking question, because what do you mean? Their evidence was their fucking account that they just said to you, and then you gaslit and blame shitted away from it as if it wasn't real because they didn't report. Charlie Kirk then listed off examples: going to cops, filing a report, hiring an attorney, suing the school, going to the civil rights office, filing a civil rights complaint, suggesting that they should. Again, all of those figures in media have harmful colonial capitalist biases built into them, just as Kirk did. That's why victims and survivors don't fucking report. And to blame victims of hate crimes for not coming forward to waste their fucking time being re-traumatized for no justice is cruel as fuck. If he really cared about any of that, he would spend time validating victims and survivors' accounts, not telling them that he simply doesn't believe their experiences happened. Instead, he chose to be a victim-blaming, shaming, ignorant piece of shit. He was verbally abusive as fuck and counterproductive to providing us justice. And he was like that because he refused to acknowledge systemic oppressions as a well-paid colonial capitalist fucking grifter who blame-shifted socio-sexually violent systemic problems onto our most disenfranchised individuals. And again, this is a college campus. Students are technically legal adults, but they're still young as fuck in the grand scheme of things. That's why we need comprehensive sex education to normalize the existence of properly trained and responsible mandated reporters. Unless one is educated, they often do not know how to effectively advocate for themselves and name violence what it is, especially historically and intentionally targeted folks. The student even asked him, "How would I report them?" So the student literally did not know how to advocate for themselves. And instead of getting the help that they needed, Charlie Kirk abused them in front of 2,000 people. It makes me so fucking angry. So angry. Remember, this is a black freshman student at what appeared to be a predominantly white institution. The power dynamics of both the audience and Kirk were volatile and patronizing, aka the complete opposite of a hospitable environment for victims. To pretend otherwise is to disrespect the experiences of victims and survivors who are alone, didn't or couldn't record acts of violence they endured, and don't know how to self-advocate. Because U.S. oppressive systems socialize us into learned powerlessness. They like us docile, agreeable, confused, and easy to indoctrinate, exploit, and control. And guess what other sick fucks like that shit to be normal? Sadistic billionaire fucking pedophiles. Folks forget that in the grand scheme of things, it's a newish fucking thing alongside justice, equity, diversity, inclusion initiatives for bystander and sexual violence trainings to exist. And MAGA motherfuckers have been gutting those nationwide. So for Kirk to claim that he gave a fuck about helping while backing Trump is goofy. He was one of the main propagandists responsible for systematically eliminating DEI. At the 2-minute mark, because we're only halfway through, Kirk repeated he thinks the student lied to make a point without any evidence. And then he alleged he would help the student seek justice. The student said they would think about it, and he accused them of being sus for not wanting to do it immediately. The student responded correctly, saying that they weren't going to argue with him about their personal experiences. Bravo, kiddo. In response, Kirk reasserted, "It didn't happen, man." And again, the student did the right and strong thing, not allowing Kirk's abusive bullshit to detract from their truth. Then they went on to disclose that they feel like every time they set foot on their campus, they have a wall of vitriol and hate at their back, to which the disproportionately white students behind them laughed, proving their fucking point. Continuing on with, "And to the audience, I say to you, these are your fathers, these are your siblings, and these are your neighbors, so y'all need to clock them. And I hate overgeneralizing, but I'm not gonna say all Trump supporters are racist, but a good amount," to which Kirk shook his head. Then the student asked Kirk, "If you had one message to say to these people with hate in their hearts, what would you tell them?" Kirk answered, "I would tell you to stop lying." So he didn't fucking listen to their question, and then the student corrected his inaccurate framing of their actual question. But of course he ignored their correction because he obviously maliciously and deliberately mischaracterized what they'd said to accuse them of being the Jussie Smollett at this campus, which, for those who don't know, was an actor from Empire that various white supremacist outlets have alleged was an elaborate hate crime hoax. Long story short, Smollett, a black gay actor, was hate crime by some white MAGA men. The public response was a mixed bag of Chicago reporters and celebrities who were either skeptical, including folks from the Chicago PD, or liberatory supporters. Somewhere along the way, a reporter and cops accused Smollett of faking the attack. Then on February 21st, 2019, Trump tweeted claiming he insulted MAGA supporters. Meanwhile, Smollett's lawyers called it all an organized law enforcement spectacle. Either way, he was suspended from Empire. Then on March 26, 2019, he was cleared of all charges. His lawyers called him a victim who was vilified and made to appear as a perpetrator. And that's completely on brand for how the US demonizes black men. It's also completely on brand for Kirk, a born and raised white Chicagoan who started his grifting career making a racist joke that Obama had a Chicago jail cell number. This case is only further strengthened by the fact multiple cops and politicians disagreed with the overturn of Smollett's hoax verdict and the conservative media storm that ensued, including Trump, who called the overturn an embarrassment to the nation. This is just another example of the way that cops act as agents of white supremacy, because Jussie Smollett's alleged false report conviction was overturned 5 years later. So they found out that he was not lying. That's exactly the His case was also an example of the perfect victimhood myth that rape apologists also make. Critics of Smollett claimed that the hate crime was faked because he didn't seem harmed. Imagine that. Imagine claiming that a victim of a hate crime or of rape didn't experience what they did because they don't seem like they're harmed by it. That is so fucked up. That's exactly the kind of judgmental bullshit that sexual violence survivors deal with. All in all, Smollett said he didn't call the police after his hate crime happened because he's a US black man and doesn't trust the fucking police for obvious reasons. Said Clearis, this overturn was clarified March 2019, yet 2025 era Charlie Kirk chose to compare this black student to Smollett for coming forward about their 5 accounts of being hate crimed. And when he accused them of that, his white audience cheered. Hell yeah, thank you. Once again, Kirk called this student a liar and added that he had power to take the report to Linda McMahon, the second head of the Department of Education of the federal government that Trump put in office, who is totally and completely unqualified for the fucking job. That came across more like a threat than a true offer of assistance. Mind you, McMahon is a supporter of the Fascist Heritage Foundation's Project 2025. The carceral undertones of what Dr. Brett, I was like looking up so I saw my own name. The carceral undertones of what Kirk said here only got louder and louder as he spoke. Yes, he's just so imagine you are a black freshman student at a disproportionately white campus. There are 2,000 white students behind you who are jeering at you when you come forward about being hate crime by them. Charlie Kirk is telling you to your face that what you said is a lie. And you are strong enough to be like, I'm not going to debate my lived experiences with you. That takes an enormous amount of strength. That is literally like, holy, like I was in awe at the strength of this student that they shouldn't have had to fucking have. And Charlie Kirk is just ramping up his threats, ramping up the threats that he's going to contact the federal government and have this student investigated. I was so angry. It's literally, watching it is so upsetting. Like it's literally, it's such fucking bullshit. Anyone that could have watched that and not understand that he's an abusive piece of shit is not to be trusted. Kirk continued his posturing by saying he would make sure the folks who hate crime this black student were arrested by Kash Patel, which is laughable because that dude isn't helping shit. He's a brown guy who surrounds himself with white supremacists, and he himself is being barraged with endless racist slurs by MAGA motherfuckers. Literally, it's so upsetting. And it's so common. We've all fucking seen it, you know? Anywho, Kirk gradually raised his voice at this black student and repeatedly accused them. Oh yeah, okay, I'm just making sure I didn't miss something. Repeatedly accused them of making up their experiences of being hate crimed, and the white kids loved it. They just kept cheering about it each time he would say that the student was lying. The student, who'd more than understandably had enough of Charlie Kirk's clownish show ponying, finally said, "That's really cute, Charlie." Even Kirk looked shocked that they patronized him back. LOL. And I'm trying to give you the opportunity, he said, this is what the student said to him. He said, "But I'm trying to give you the opportunity to alleviate hate within this group of people who have a shared ideology." The maturity was just, it was just at the top, like peak maturity in comparison to this motherfucker who was just being abusive as fuck to him in front of 2,000 people. I was like, and he quickly said, Kirk replied to the student saying that and said, "There's no hate, there's just love of America here in this audience," to white applause. Eventually, Kirk said that he'd tweet to the University of Tennessee and say, "Hey, this is a serious accusation. I want the governor, aka cis heterosexist and racist ass Republican Bill Lee, to get involved. I'm going to call Marsha Blackburn, a Republican known for running on fighting wokeness, aka destroying DEI. I'm now going to call Bill Haggerty, who hired an advisor known for racist writing, like she hangs out with white supremacists. I know all these people, and we're going to find out really quickly if you're telling the truth or not, because you just came in front of 2,000 people, and we're going to bring in the police. We'll bring in the FBI, because what you just said is unacceptable. You said Trump supporters called you the N-word. That has no place in America, and they threatened to rape you. That has no place in America. But you know what else has no place in America? Lying and saying that it happened. So we'll find out real quick if you're telling the truth or not." I could have burst into 6,000 suns watching him give that threat. The threat was so fucking stacked. And the people in the audience, probably because they're all college students, they don't understand that every single one of the people he said he would contact to threaten this student with were racist white nationalist motherfuckers who are in the federal government reinforcing eugenic and fascism. They thought that he was helping by saying that he would contact these people who associate and attack any semblance of help for historically intentionally targeted groups. And he was threatening this student with it. The unimpressed with Kirk college student responded that's cool, but like, can you answer my question though? And he said, this is what Kirk said to answer his question. His question, remember, his question was, what is a message you would give to people who have hate in their hearts? And Kirk said, keep loving America. That's what Kirk said. He didn't say, don't be a horrible white nationalist, a white supremacist Christian nationalist neo-Nazi. He said, keep loving America to people who have hate in their hearts. And then Kirk just kept accusing them of the same bullshit, claiming their lived experience isn't evidence when it fucking is. He finally accused the student of ruining the reputation of half the country, which, if you remember, that's what Trump did to Smollett. So he was just repeating what Trump said. In response, the student thanked him for his time. LOL. Finally, Kirk stated one last threat to the student. This is what Kirk said to the student last. He said, "You'll be hearing from a lot of institutions, and if you did indeed lie, you will be civilly liable for smearing this university publicly for a very big number. We'll find out if you're telling the truth. Hopefully you have a good lawyer." To even more young white, embarrassing applause. The students literally erupted in applause. Thankfully, not everyone there agreed, as certain Tennessee faculty spoke out when he died. So there were faculty that were fired, at the same time that I was. But the fact is the vast majority, at least 2,000 people that traveled to his fucking culture wars bullshit loved that he was accusing this student who had been hate crimed of lying. Overall, it was fucking disgusting of Kirk to threaten a black college student like that. And now, after chronologically documenting his radicalization into neo-Nazisms from the year 2012 until 2025, I'm not remotely fucking surprised. This is who he was. Kirk then broke the fourth wall by saying, "And I want you," presumably his disproportionately white Christian nationalist US fans, "to understand the implications of this. No one has had the stones to stand up to this stuff for years past, and so many innocent people have been drugged into this crap saying all white people are coming for me. I don't believe it. It's wrong, and we're putting an end to it." So Kirk was mobilizing white people to disbelieve black people when they come forward with instances of being hate crimed. And he was framing white people as victims. This is the crowd who, once Kirk died, acted like he was a godly man and a martyr. The same crowd who had paid him for years to repeat back their own casual bigotries. At the end of the day, Charlie Kirk was a product of the United States. He was America, and that's why this country needs to fundamentally change, because he fucking sucked. Throughout the course of this 14-part newsletter miniseries, I have comprehensively provided the context of his legacy of hate. I hope we all learned some things about the way language builds our worlds, and just how much of a con man this fucker was. Fuck him and his criminally hateful neo-Nazi rhetoric. The world is better now that he's dead.